Another day of tennis coming your way right here on tennis.com.au. The mercury is already rising in the early part of the morning here at Melbourne Park. It is women's quarter-final day as we edge closer to the weekend for one male and one female to make it through to the Australian Open main draw on January 14. Brett Phillips alongside Peter Mercado. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it is pretty warm out here. We've been sitting out here for a little while today, just taking in the conditions. Quite breezy too, so that'll be a factor for the players as well.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Four great matches coming up, Pete. We're going to be bringing them all to you live for a spot in the semi-finals. Now, let's take a look at the first game. We've seen Rodionova out here practicing a little while ago. She will take on Jess Moore, and both were really in good form on Tuesday.
Yeah, super impressive in their opening round matches. Getting through in straight sets, doing what they had to do. And I wonder whether the heat will be a factor today between these two players playing in the early part of the morning. But I think this will be a pretty close match. Both were pretty impressive throughout.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Ash Barty, we were super impressed with her on Tuesday, Pete. And with Olivia Rogoskin now out, it really opens up the draw for her to go back-to-back and get a spot in that main draw where she was terrific at the Australian Open earlier this year. She's got, of course, Bojana Babos, who was also in very good form out on court 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ash Barty deserves to be the favourite. Did what she had to do on Tuesday, and that was just get through and win the match. And she played super well. If that's her just easing her way through the gears, then I think the rest of the field could be quite worried, because she certainly has improved a lot over the past 12 months.
Yeah, Jason Stoltenberg will be pleased with her development, no doubt. Monique Adamszczak, well, she's been around a long time. She started as a pro back in the year 2000, and of course she's 29 years of age and hoping to get into the Australian Open. I think she's only made 3 main draws in her 12 attempts, so she'd love to get there at the back end of her career.
And be looking to do it again as well, taking on Victoria Rajic today, the number 7 seed, so another step up for her today. And I wonder whether the heat will play a factor this afternoon as it starts to get warmer. We're getting to that 35-degree mark. I think it might, and maybe the experience factor from Adamszczak might be enough today.
Tammy Patterson, we loved her work on Tuesday. Knocked over the top seed in Olivia Rogoskin. Boy, did she whip up some power right from the outset of that match. Fellow Victorian. And she takes on a really good young story in the 14-year-old Priscilla Hon, who mightn't have expected to get through to today.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was 4-1 down in the second set and a set down against Sally Pearce. It did really well to turn that around and ended up winning the match. One of the biggest wins of her career too. And we've seen a number of the 14, 15 and 16-year-olds that really making their mark here, and we can see what we can do. It's actually quite exciting looking at the future of tennis around Ash Barty and that group of players. And can she continue it today? I think she'll be feeling pretty confident after that win, but again, I think it's going to be tough. Tammy Patterson, as you say, played really tough a couple of days ago to beat Rogoskin. I think just might be too powerful today.
Yeah, Priscilla representing Townsville proudly. They are producing some good young tennis players. The weather, the all-important weather, going to be another beautiful day. No rain in sight at all. A top today of 35 degrees, so it gets a little bit warmer, but there's a nice little breeze coming through for the players early here at Melbourne Park. Well, Adrian Franklin is also part of our team. He'll be roaming around. It's a very good morning to you, Adrian.
Good morning, guys. Great to be here. I think it's already hit 29 degrees. So as you've said, it's going to be very hot today. It's windy and warm already. 4 big quarterfinals matches on today. And we saw Arina Rodionova. She was practicing on court 6 only about 10 or 15 minutes ago. She'll take on Jess Moore. So you can see Arina right there. She was having a bit of fun out there. She's pretty relaxed working with her coach, Mark Safoulis. So very interesting player. She plays Jess Moore, and you'd think that's a winnable one for her, but she's on the same side of the draw as Ash Barty. So, guys, we've got 2 different halves of the draw. So Ash Barty's on one half, and you would think she'll progress through to the final. But the interesting point is, on the other half, we've got 4 players that could all make it through to the final. Today, we've got Monique Adamszczak taking on Victoria Rajic. You've spoken about that match already. That match could go either way. Victoria, she beat Adamszczak earlier this year in 2 sets. But one of those players will go through to the semi-final, and they're going to play either Priscilla Hon or Tammy Patterson. Tammy Patterson, you would think with her experience, will probably take Hon. She's only 14 years of age, and it's her first playoff. But then you'll have Tammy Patterson 1 match away, potentially, from the playoff final. So really open half of the draw. You'd expect Ash Barty to go through, but 4 players today. Who knows what's going to happen? Twitter, we've been speaking about it for the past few days. Hashtag AO Playoff. Get on it today, guys. We'll be checking it every 5 to 10 minutes. Questions, comments. Let us know how the coverage is going. There is plenty happening, guys. Quarterfinals right after this break.
It's a Grand Slam where I've had really consistent results. I always love starting the year there. It's so much fun. There's so much energy.
To win it, it was just amazing, and in the way I did it, it was just incredible, and it will always be in my heart.
You feel like, oh, I will see the old friends like every year, you know. So feeling was pretty good.
I love Australia and I love the Grand Slams in Melbourne, so I'm always so happy that I can be there.
It's always good fun going there. They love their sport. The Aussie Open is, one of the most fun tournaments that we have on the tour.
I really love Australia, and it's always great weather and very nice people, and it's always the great atmosphere out there.
The good thing is many Argentinian fans come to watch me there. The tournament is very lovely. The fans are so exciting with all the players.
Because there's not many places in the world that you can have such a crowd and such a fans like them. So I always enjoy the moments to play my matches.
I love playing obviously the night matches. The crowd gets behind you. It's an electric atmosphere in Rod Laver Arena, and when I eventually do retire and stop playing, it's definitely something I'll really miss.
Things can only get better from this year, and I think I got the game. I've just got to put it together, and of course there's nowhere greater than doing it in Australia in front of a home crowd.
I've always loved coming to the Australian Open, and it's one of those great events we have on tour, and haven't been thinking about it too much yet, but it's been a fabulous last 12 months for me, and of course I hope always to be injury free when I look so far ahead, that I will show up in great shape.
God, I love that tournament. I love Aussie Open. It's like every January I look forward to it. I was depressed when I missed it, the year before, and this year when I rolled my ankle, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So I really look forward to it this year.
Well, Australian Open is my most successful Grand Slam. I won it 3 times, and I always enjoy playing there. So I always have high expectations for myself because I really like that tournament.
Women's quarter-final day here at Melbourne Park. We are set for 4 terrific matches, and very shortly, Jess Moore and Arena Rodionova will step out on court. It's going to be Babos and Barty, Adamszczak and Victoria Rosic a little bit later on, and Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon. So we've got 4 terrific matches. Big spot in the semi-finals up for grabs. And if you're coming down to Melbourne Park, I'd suggest you wear a nice wide-brimmed hat, plenty of sunscreen.
There have been a lot of people taking photos over the last couple of days, just from in the crowd, just getting their photography skills up. No doubt just sending them all around the place in cyberspace, and there were plenty of people yesterday taking plenty of photos. And let's take a look at some of the action from yesterday's matches, and I can tell you some exciting action, some really close matches.
Well, Adam Feeney and Ben Mitchell started the day, and Adam Feeney's first set, Pete, we watched it very closely, and his bowling, as you can see, he was getting right into the net. He was really closing any opportunity for Ben Mitchell to pass, but from the second set onwards, Mitchell just turned it totally around. He became more the aggressor, served it beautifully, really cranked up some good power, and was able to go through and win in 4. And then we, of course, saw Adam at the tail end of that match come up injured. He was a bit lame. He really couldn't get in the court movement, and 6-love in the final set. Mitchell was able to run away very comfortably.
Yeah, exactly, and just wore him down in the end. It's that serve volley style of play from Feeney. It was really working in that opening set, but then we saw Mitchell just do the exact opposite. He changed his game plan. He played in more Feeney style of play. He came to the net at every opportunity, tried to keep the points pretty short, was aggressive, and it really started to pay off. This was his first win over Feeney this year, so a great result for Mitchell. And thoroughly deserved his win. Unfortunately, in the end for Feeney, his legs started to give way in the end and really found it hard to move in the later stages of the match, which was disappointing, and he was very frustrated towards the end, knowing that he couldn't actually get to the finish line and be able to still run it out properly. But you know, great effort from him. Tough conditions yesterday, as we said, but Ben Mitchell, a solid win from him.
Yeah, it certainly was. Ben trying to go through and win this tournament and or get through to his first Grand Slam appearance. Of course, was a finalist at the Wimbledon Junior Championships 2 years ago, and had got that ranking just outside the top 200. Dipped a little bit this year, but he's having a good week so far. Very, very solid. Took a little while to get into the game, but once he got going, he was certainly the dominant opponent.
Yeah, it did.
It was a game of ebbs and flows, wasn't it? We weren't quite sure, because Feeney had an opportunity at 5-4, 40-30 to win that third set and go 2 sets to 1 up, but Mitchell was able to turn it around and go on and power his way through the fourth.
Now, there's a bit of court collecting going on here by the ball kids. And live shots. Feature court.
Very high tech.
Just going around, maybe.
A little bit of debris. Just, clear it up.
It is quite breezy out there at the moment, Brett. So yeah, the trees from just around the court may just blow a few leaves onto the court today.
JP Smith yesterday and Greg Jones. We'll take a look at some of the highlights of that game. And eventually JP did come through in 4 sets. And gee, this went for a while, this match, particularly the third set in the tiebreaker, which went the way of JP. But yeah, Greg Jones took a long time to get out onto court, and he took quite a bit of time to actually get going.
This is the highlights of Saville and Reid from our last match on our feature court. And look, talking about JP Smith winning in 4 sets yesterday, was a good performance by him. It was interesting because there seemed to be a trend in the match that whoever won the set generally left the court, and then they lost all the momentum in that next set. It was amazing. They go off at bathroom break for 2 minutes, they come back and they'd be immediately 3-love down or 4-1 down. They'd be in some sort of trouble. But look, really managed to turn that around, JP Smith. 7-6, that third set tiebreak, you were calling the action there, really, really important, and that really set the tone from there. Was able to get that crucial break in the 4th set as well to round out the winner. And Matt Reid, was a struggle in that opening set, was very untidy to start off with, a bit slow to start, and then Luke Saville really was putting the pressure on him. But just while he's got that power game, he just needs to be a little more consistent, particularly at the crucial times in the match, and was just worn down in the end too. And Matt Reid, a solid performance, 6-2, 6-3 in those final 2 sets. So really played well. He's got a really powerful game from the back of the court and deserved his win.
Yeah, no doubt. So they are the highlights from yesterday, and as Matt Reid said post-match, he feels really confident. It was Sam Groth out. It's opened up the door for quite a few of these players to make their mark this week, with the men's semi-finals, of course, coming up tomorrow here on tennis.com.au. But I'm sure we're going to see some good things from Luke Saville, who will turn 19 next year and building more of that senior career after a very impressive junior career.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's some shots of JP Smith earlier in the day. He's matched with Greg Jones. And a good performance from JP Smith to win that match in 4 sets.
He was very good. Well, the girls are ready to get underway. We'll go to Adrian Franklin, who's got Jess Moore.
Jess, we've seen a few players take their time to come out on court prior to matches, but you were here nice and early. Is that something you like to do?
Oh yeah, we're starting at 10, so probably should be here at 10.
All right, play well today.
Cool, thanks.
So Jess Moore just moves over, and we've got Arena Rodionova behind me, Jess's opponent. So guys, very windy out here at the moment, and it's already probably 30 degrees, I think, so very, very warm. As Arena makes her way over to me. Hi Arena, how are you?
Oh, good, and you?
Yeah, good. You were just doing some stretching before. What do you like to do prior to the match?
Stretching?
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, dance.
Okay.
Like 45, 50 minutes, you know? Depends on the mood, like depends on the music, so.
Of course, not surprising. Play well today.
Thank you.
Well, you couldn't get any more relaxed than that.
What was that?
Well, we love it, because Arena, she takes us inside the game a little bit more and just her own
There's an
personality.
interesting there's something between these two. They talk about coffees. They might wander around.
I don't think he's actually had to ask a tennis question yet.
No.
It's just they go on straight. It's very good. It's good to watch, actually. I like it.
Yeah, the 4th seed here, Arena, and she was in really good form a couple of days ago, and she's put out a very solid half hour, 45 minutes just before we came on air, Pete. So she looks to be in a good frame of mind, but very relaxed.
Did I miss the memo today, Brett? Two-thirds of the commentary team have gone the shorts road today.
We thought it would have been common sense, Peter. And you are a common sense man. The shorts happened to your line of thinking.
I'll be feeling it a little bit later on today, I think.
So we're standing by for the coin toss and chat going on with the umpire, Jess Moore.
Yeah, only one court in operation today with the 4 matches being played here.
Okay,
let's have a
today
listen to the
all
coin
lines
toss.
are covered. I'll be calling the net. Everything else is the same. Any questions? Heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. Heads. Receive.
Just more choosing to receive. It's an interesting tactic that you occasionally see from players that don't choose to be aggressive and attacking and say, I'll serve first and feeling confident. They might take a game or two just to get into it. So, well, each to their own. They obviously have the decisions in mind before they walk out there if they win the toss, what they'd like to do, and they go from there.
Well, as we've discovered this week, of course, Jess Moore's taken quite a bit of time off the tour in the last 12 months just to rethink her direction in her own life after starting very young as a tennis player. But she looks like she's got her groove back, and she's determined to go through to the business end of the week as we take a look at Rodionova, of course, just 22 years of age, so plenty of time in her career still to make her mark. Of course, coming out with sister Adamszczak to make Australia and Melbourne their home. And a very comprehensive scoreline in the first round, defeating Azra Hadzik 6-2, 6-love. That was over fairly quickly on court number 5. So, interesting player, Arena. We saw her here in the AO Qualies earlier this year, Peter. And I think she got knocked out first or second round. I just can't remember exactly, but it's whether she can improve that ranking, which I think at the moment is around the 240 mark. So, trying to get inside that top 200. She has been, I think, down inside that top 200, around about 185, a little bit lower over the last couple of years. But we see players fluctuating depending on results, but obviously trying to get some consistency to, get that ranking down.
Absolutely. The Pro Tour title in Bendigo this year as well. So, being consistent in terms of picking up titles along the way and trying to, as you say, build that ranking and good start. It's always that certainty that you talk about your 2013, knowing that you've got a wild card to the Australian Open. You don't have to worry about qualifying and all of that sort of stuff. It just makes life a little bit easier. Here is Jess Moore. Make the Baines. Pretty good second set from Nathan. Once she worked her way into the match and that nervous energy went, she was super competitive, super powerful from the back of the court, but just did enough to win. A very experienced player, has main draw AO experience. Just 22 years of age, and as Brett mentioned,
3 minutes.
Bit of time off the tour. And
3 minutes.
Back trying some other things, which we've seen a lot of players over the journey do. And now just trying to work on getting that ranking back up around the 400 mark at the moment. And winning the $10,000 event in Belgium this year, and finalist at Hilton Heads. So, yeah, it's been it's been an interesting story, the Jess Moore story.
Yeah, well, 2007-08 were sort of the breakout years when she won some events on the Australian Pro Tour, and as you say, got that main draw experience here at the Australian Open, and she was the one we were really keeping an eye on, and then sort of just disappeared off the scene a little bit, and obviously not a lot of success between sort of 2008-09 in the last 2 or 3 years. So she's trying to reignite her career, and hopefully for her it may start here at Melbourne Park. So the two players continue to warm up. We'll take a short break and we'll be back to tennis action not too far away here from Melbourne Park. to 35 degrees in Melbourne today. A little bit of cloud cover, but it's going to be a very warm day indeed. As Arina Rodionova and Jess Moore go through their last-minute warm-ups, ready to go for the first of the women's quarterfinals. We're going to bring all matches to you here on tennis.com.au throughout the day and afternoon. Hashtag AO Playoff if you'd like to get in contact with us via Twitter. We've been enjoying the comments that have been coming through, whether you're chatting to us or other tennis fans. Any insights you can give us? Any tennis news that's floating around? Hashtag AO Playoff.
I haven't noticed Adamszczak Rodionova in the crowd at the moment. Maybe Adamszczak's watching us on our live stream.
Feel free to
test.
Let us know how your preparations are going for the summer. So just more certainly eager to go. Very good first set against Nathan Babos a couple of days ago, and I stood outside for a fair majority of the second set. The young 14-year-old certainly threw everything she had at Jess Moore, who was just able to do enough to win that second set and keep her nose in front.
First set.
Got this one.
Arina Rodionova to serve.
Very evenly poised.
Ready. Play.
As we get the first of the women's quarterfinals underway here at Melbourne Park.
Love.
Oh, there's the intent. That's what you're going to see a lot of in this match. Both players working hard from the back of the court.
It's a good pick up there from Rodionova, and she's a nice deep ball back.
30 love. Let's for serve. $30-15.
Something a little bit different there. It's been pretty much from the back of the court so far, and the attempted drop shot. Slice there from Jess Moore.
$40-15.
Disappointed with that, Jess. When you look at a second serve, it's back into play. So a chance here, a couple of game points for Rodionova to hold the first service game.
$40-30.
Deep return there from Jess Moore. That's what she's going to need to do. Players will Patterson in short.
Goose.
That's a great shot. Beautiful off forehand. So now some pressure back on the Rodionova serve. Of course, Jess Moore electing to receive first up.
serve. So
Rodionova.
powerful games from both of these players.
Big difference, Pete, when Rodionova's able to get that first serve in, because she's dominated the point when she hasn't.
Well,
second serve hasn't got a lot of kick on it, has it?
We were watching her practice a little bit earlier. We could see that power game.
The second serve look here for Jess. That's the difference.
Juice.
She gets a look at a second serve. She's really able to step in and put the pressure on Rodionova.
Advantage more.
So one of the things with this breeze, as we talked about in the opener, Brett, is the fact that it does affect the ball toss of the players. The other factor you throw in at this early stage of the day is the positioning of the sun.
Step in here, just more. Look at a second serve again.
Juice.
Too wide, so back to Juice.
Both of these players familiar with each other's games. It's a 3-0 head-to-head in favour of Rodionova. They met at Terrelgan this year, 7-6-6-4 the result there. And their previous meetings been 2010-2009.
Advantage more.
Great court coverage by Jess Moore, set up the point well here off the return.
She'll certainly fancy herself against the Rodionova serve.
Juice.
Rolling in that second
Advantage
ball.
more.
And a distinct difference between the two serves.
Yep. Chalk and cheese.
Game more.
Too good, too much power in the end, and
First
she's able to
game.
get the break, so it's paid off. Her decision to receive first, she gets the break. And the difference between the first and second serve of Rodionova certainly is going to dictate how the points are played here. Some energy, isn't she, Jess Moore? She was ready to go early. She's out of her seat, wanting to serve and just get some nice momentum and get this match going.
Well, I think she actually wants to get this match over and done with pretty quickly, to get back in the locker room and cool off a bit.
Jessica Moore to serve.
A bit of cloud cover helping out the players, some temporary relief along the way.
Love 15.
I mean, Rodionova's favourite shot is that forehand side. And generate plenty of power off it. So look for just more to work into this corner of the court.
All. 30.
That's the reason why Rodionova had such a good head-to-head record against Jess Moore. They've been so aggressive from the back of the court. But being aggressive and putting the ball in deep as well. That's a spot to go to for Jess if you're Jess Moore. Back out wide there. Get Rodionova onto that backhand side.
$40-30.
Nicely done again. Again, just on that baseline. Just see here, just more just stranded. That was a good deep ball, but just the power that Rodionova is able to generate. It's good to watch.
Advantage more.
The players hitting the ball so hard, and these rallies starting to lengthen out a bit. Just wonder how long they'll be able to keep this pace going for, because they are hitting the ball. As I said, they're hitting the ball so hard at the moment. Just missing the line, gee, by the barest of margins.
Yeah, nothing in that at all. Take a look at it.
The ball may have drifted a little bit here. Yeah, it was always going to be spinning away from the line. So Moore off to a good start. 2 out of the 3 times they've met, they have gone to tie breaks in the opening set. They've been pretty close, 7-5 and 13-11.
So see what Rodionova's going to dish up here with her service game. How many first serves she can get in.
You'll see a lot of that today. The ball toss being repeated just because the wind picks up. Nicely done.
15 love.
Sometimes it'd be tricky hitting the drop shot on a plexi cushion court because the ball does sit up, does give your opponent a chance to get in there. But just took the pace off it. Yeah, it was high over the net, but it was only going to just drop over the net. And Jess Moore was way beyond the baseline anyway. There is that wind.
Love.
That's the best second serve she's come up with, Rodionova.
can be incredibly frustrating when you're out there and yes, they're playing windy conditions all the time, but it doesn't necessarily make it any easier. Particularly if it's a gusty wind. And it tends to swirl around the court.
The following players please report to the match court. Officers 16 Australian Championship. Sarah Tommy, Zoe Hine, please report to court 7. The following players please report to the tournament again. Brittany McCloskey, is here for please.
Oh, great example there of chasing down every single ball. Just more could have thought, oh, I'll conserve some energy here and just focus on the next point because I'm way out of position, but working side to side, full stretch, and then coming back for this one as well.
Just got it up into a tricky area.
Well, again with this breeze that's swirling around at the moment, really hard to pick that ball up. And there goes the error. Good example of chasing every single ball down, because you never know what might happen.
Well,
30, 40.
Another breakpoint opportunity here for Jess Moore to get off to the absolute perfect start.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of breaks to serve today.
Juice.
It's the other spectrum. And she does crank it up. She'll lose too many points. Power placement.
Advantage Rodionova.
Nice and aggressive, getting in there, taking it on the full. And that shot there had Jess Moore in a bit of trouble and stayed nice and composed. So last hold here, Rodionova. Stay in this first set. All sorts of trouble here with the breeze.
Rodionova.
She gets on the board.
More leads.
Still Jess Moore with a break, leading it 2 games to 1.
Okay, leave the court and I'll call.
And the first of the ladies' quarterfinals here at Melbourne Park of this year's AO Wildcard Playoff. The men to feature tomorrow's semi-final day. Women's semi-finals on Saturday, and then of course both finals back-to-back on Sunday. I'm going to get out to Adrian Franklin, who's out and about at Melbourne Park today. G'day, Adrian.
Thanks, guys. I've got the coach, Mark Safoulis, here, who's working with Arena Rodionova. One of the ball kids, I'm not sure if you noticed before, guys, but one of the ball kids just had, he's actually just fainted off to the side of the court. So you may not have picked that up, but one of the ball kids has actually, just fainted on the court. So, Mark, I think we were a little bit concerned about that. But anyway, let's focus on the tennis for now. Arena, that was a great game to hold in the last one there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a tough first game. I think I went to Juice a few times and she had 30 love, and to lose that was pretty tough. But to come back and to win that one was probably, saves her a little bit, gives her a bit of confidence to move forward in this set.
What are you looking for her just with her tennis early stages of this match? Blustery conditions, warm weather. What are some of the specific things you want to see from her out on court?
Oh, we're really looking to make sure we get the game right, I guess, over the summer and get back a little bit of confidence that maybe she lost during the year of having a few injuries. So, just really getting out there and being loose and playing her game and being aggressive. So hopefully she can get that back in this next few games.
So Jess Moore serving here, leading 2-1. Just finally, with Jess's game, did you speak at all about how she plays, or do you focus purely on Arena and her game?
Yeah, I mean, Jess is a good player. She's been around for a while now, and she's got quite a good forehand that we're trying to stay away from as much as possible. But you do what you can do, and you control what you can control, and hopefully Arena can get her game going a little bit now in this game here and get her feet going, which it looks like she is. So it's good.
Well, she seems to have settled. Thanks for your time. Good luck for the rest of the match.
Cheers, Adrian.
Yeah, we'll get an update on that ball kit too, Adrian. Oh, that's actually come back in on that breeze. That came back a mile. Again, the wind playing a part in that for Jess Moore. It's one of those moments where you stand up to serve and you're just sort of waiting for the wind to die down, and it doesn't, and it doesn't, and it doesn't, and then you just have to serve anyway. But the wind does actually die down, and then midpoint it gusts up again. That's the place to be. Try and offset the problems with the wind. Get into the net. Point.
Truce.
I was talking a little earlier about long rallies. I can tell you that there you want to take those free ones, as many of them as you possibly can. Exactly.
Advantage more. More.
Nice finish.
More leads.
Yeah, great serve down the tee. Just what she needed. Arena really pressing her in her service game. Came up with two good serves to finish it off. 3-1.
Did you get caught up in the 12th of the 12th thing, the end of the world and all that sort of stuff? Oh, our man's back again. Hello.
I think we're giving him far too much camera time.
I think we're going to do progress just to see how that tan's coming along day by day. We'll do a time lapse.
No, when did that happen?
Well, no, yesterday. The 12th of the 12th, 2012.
Below 15.
Anything extraordinary happened that I to keep me up to date with?
No. Yeah. Good matches here.
We got through yesterday. We didn't quite faint, but some good catering here at Melbourne Park.
Let's
Fueling us up through the day.
Let's first serve. Love 30.
Because Arena was getting involved on Twitter about it. And tweeted, I'm glad it's 13, 12, 12, so I don't have to listen and read about 12, 12, 12 anymore. America, hurry up. The rest of the world ticking over to 13 for the 12th.
Joining us, hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter.
Tough work from both players from the back of the court there. Oh, look out.
The tradition continues.
That's extraordinary. Every day. You would have thought he'd know where it is by now. Not much has changed from yesterday.
Oh, this place is changing. There's new gates being built. There's courts being put in. Roofs to come.
No, you could just pick up the phone.
40.
What's changed? Oh, we've got the gates in. Great, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
No, he doesn't like to be airborne.
Now another break point here for Jess Moore.
1A all year.
Okay, more.
And she's
fantastic.
Off to a great start. 4 games to 1 now in this opening
4
set.
games to 1.
And the pressure now on Arena Rodionova.
Now we saw a little bit earlier, Pete, just with the heat here, one of the young ball boys fainted on court here during the sit-down a few moments ago, and we've been outside earlier. It's already up into the 30s, and the poor young man just feeling the heat out there. I think I said to Adrian yesterday, I'm not sure how the ball boys and the Lions people will sit out in the sun all day. It's powers of concentration, and they do a mighty job, so he just needs to just recuperate for a little bit.
Well, that is one of the things that we talk about. We've talked about how tough the conditions are for the players, but also the officials. So you've got the line judges out there as well, and the ball kids too. And even though they do, they're rotated around regularly, so the ball kids don't do a full 5-setter, for example, and the same with the Lions people as well. It's still incredibly warm, and you get out there and they do a wonderful job. And occasionally these things happen, but we'll get an update for you. Adrian will run around and get an update for us.
They're just resting in the shade. Nice little ice pack around the shoulders.
Yeah, but they keep well hydrated. They get plenty of water and fluids as well, and it's all part of the ball kid training. They do many months of training to be a ball kid, as we heard from Adrian a couple of days ago when he tried to be one.
Just his accuracy, I think, needs to just improve a little bit.
Well, it wasn't 100%.
Just beat off to the right a few times.
Block 15.
Talk about precision here, right on the line. That ball drops dramatically.
Love 30.
Of course, coming up later on today, Bojana Babosic and Ash Barty, Monique Adamszczak and Victoria Rocic, and Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon are our matches for broadcast this morning and this afternoon.
So for the first time, a little bit of pressure on the Moore serve here. Some good returning from Rodionova.
Let's for serve. Love 40.
So now 3 break points for Rodionova to claw her way back here. Some good deep hitting from both players.
Well, it is, and you see the top spin that Rodionova's putting on the ball. That she's able to just generate that top spin, that loop back into court, keeping that ball deep.
Game Rodionova.
Well, that's as convincing as we've seen Rodionova on Jess Moore's serve
4 games to 2.
throughout the course of this game, and seeing the second serve a couple of times, she's able to put those away. 4-2, Moore still with the advantage, but they'll give Rodionova certainly some confidence.
The ball on the rise there, Rodionova, and both players have struggled to serve from that end of the court.
Hashtag AO Playoff if you're tuning into our live stream. Chat to us on Twitter. Having a conversation
15
with
love.
lots of tennis fans.
When we get out to Adrian next, we might get some sort of idea of what this breeze is actually doing.
30 love.
So the kids back in today. A tour of Melbourne Park.
Being involved in the Hot Shots program as well.
Yep.
30-15. Good.
So again, the wind's there. It's not as straightforward. The ball, yes, come over that you think it's going out, but then it drops all of a sudden. Certainly the players at the end that Rodionova is at the moment a little more comfortable. It appears that the wind is favouring that end, but we'll get a confirmation from Adrian on that a little bit later. Rodionova just waiting for this wind to die down a little bit.
Okay, Rodionova, new balls please.
Good fight back from Rodionova. She gets it back to 4-3. Moore still with the advantage.
You see how that's set up.
Yep.
Just happening to get a racket on that just more and just dropping in. But it appears that at the moment that the wind is affecting at the end that Jess Moore was at just then. So it'll be interesting to see when she comes out and serves from the end where our commentary position is situated, that she'll be able to maybe be a little more comfortable on serve, but tough conditions out there, both ends of the court.
Absolutely. We'll take a break. Also some news on Kim Clijsters coming up. This is the AO Wildcard Playoff from Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Get your tickets January 14. Not too far away, the Australian Open 2013, the first Grand Slam of a new year. One lady that's not going to be here, Pete, of course, is Kim Clijsters. Her career now is officially over. That little exhibition overnight.
Oh.
Against Venus Williams, 6-2, 6-3. It was a ceremonial farewell match.
15 love.
Just to thank all her fans, because she retired after the US Open, Kim, but around about 13,000 fans turned up to the Antwerp Sports Palace, including the Crown Prince and Princess.
Nice.
Of Belgium.
Like it.
Fairly light-hearted sort of encounter. But Kimmy getting a standing ovation and thanking all the fans of Belgium who have been right behind her during her career. Very missed here in Australia.
Yes.
Very popular. Great girl.
15 all.
Yeah, well, we lost Clijsters, we lost Annan. We have Janina Vikmar, probably that next group. So it'll be a different look without a huge Belgian contingent here.
Well, I know you've become quite close to a few of the Belgian press members who normally come out here and follow their fortunes.
Well, my understanding is they actually won't be coming out next year because the focus is less intense. And obviously looking for some Belgian success. We've seen a little bit on the men's side too. David Goffin, great performance at the French Open.
40-30.
That win over Tomic at Wimbledon as well. So there's a little bit to like in Belgian tennis. The cover's not bare by any stretch of the imagination, but they just don't have those top liners like they've had in the past.
Game more.
So she keeps that nice little buffer in this opening set. There's Jess Moore. After a good comeback by Rodionova. Frustrated she couldn't get back to square it all up, so she's going to keep coming from behind.
So 5 games to 3 now for Jess Moore.
15 love.
So it was good to see that there was a farewell match on the way. He's been quite emphatic all through this year, saying that's it, I'm not coming back, I'm not coming back, I'm not coming back.
Yeah, certainly the desire for Kim to have or expand on her family, and injuries certainly have taken their toll.
Yeah, and the grind of travelling and the grind of actually competing week in, week out, and keeping your ranking at a high level and that sort of thing. Gisela Dulko retired this year as well. She's #1 in doubles. So this first set slipping away from Arina Rodionova. Great work from Moore there just on the stretch. That's good serving. That's clever serving. Don't need so much of the power. The placement there did the work. Game points now for bring it back to 5-4.
Game, Rodionova.
So there it is, 5 games to 4 now. Jess Moore will come out and serve for this opening set, the first of our quarterfinals for the women today. Buena Babusic, Ash Barty coming up next, followed by Monique Adamszczak, Victoria Rajic, Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon.
Yeah, looking forward to those. Hashtag AO Playoff to get involved in the conversation. You're on tennis.com.au. Up to 35 degrees in Melbourne today. Well, that sun has just disappeared for a little while, which is helpful to the players because it's quite scorching standing out in it yesterday. And Jess Moore to come out and serve very shortly for the opening set. Let's get to Adrian Franklin, who's got a man who was in the heat yesterday. Adrian.
He certainly was. Nick Kyrgios, welcome. Now, mate, first of all, tell us how you're feeling. You had to pull out of the match yesterday in the 5th set. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, obviously I'm a bit shattered. You know, I played a great match yesterday, and you know I can take a lot of positives out of it, but it was a bit unfortunate what happened to me. So you know, I just got to go home and get fitter, I guess, and hopefully next year it won't happen.
Specifically, though, was it your knee or did you cramp up? What actually occurred yesterday?
Well, in the 5th set, I was up 4-love, and you know I started to feel, you know, my quads sort of start twitching a bit, and I knew that, you know, something's probably I couldn't avoid really. And you know, at 30-40, I tried to serve, and I just tried to continue to keep playing, but it just all locked up, and sort of I couldn't really do anything, so I sort of fell to the ground and just, yeah, I couldn't move.
I mean, we've got to speak positively about this as well. You had a great match yesterday. I mean, you beat Sam Groth in the first round. It was really phenomenal tennis. You must feel good about your form at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming through 18s, you know, I was playing some great tennis. I was really confident against Sam, and yeah, I got the win in 4 there. And you know, against Barton, I knew that I knew it was going to be tough, and I knew I also could win that. And you know, I was so close, and you know, I could sort of just taste that victory, and it was just shattering. And I knew that I had to pull out, and yeah, last night was pretty tough.
And you were watching this match out on court as well, so obviously more serving here at 5-4. You watched a little bit of this before?
Yeah, it's good to get out here. I just wanted to watch some of the girls' matches, see how they're playing, and yeah, it sort of gets my mind off things, I guess. Like, not really just at the room and thinking about what happened yesterday.
Sure, mate. Well, it was unfortunate what happened yesterday, but we all love watching you play. So congratulations. We look forward to seeing you over the next few years as well.
Thank you. I can't wait to come back here next year.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, mate. Well spoken, young man.
Yes.
Curious?
Yeah, it was unfortunate that 5th set, but he's had a great couple of weeks here at Melbourne Park.
Great return there from Rodionova. Now some pressure on the Moore server. She tries to close out this opening set. We're hearing the name Nick Kyrgios more and more as the years go on. He's no doubt got something, Pete, in his makeup. Makes us all sit up and watch closely.
Game, Rodionova.
So Rodionova gets a break of serve here in this topsy-turvy opening set. 5-all. Just more disappointed about that, not able to close out the opening set. Hashtag AO Playoff to join in the discussion here on tennis.com.au. We know Roger Federer is doing his South American exhibition tour at the moment in Argentina, promoting his match against Juan Martín del Potro. He's hinted a career in coaching down the track, Roger.
Love.
Be a bad person to have sitting in your player's box, Roger Federer, as a coach.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what would he say? Do as I do. Watch me.
Surely you could play that shot.
Have a look at this. What do you mean? The tweener from miles back in the court. Can't hit it? I can.
Would you like me to replace you?
15 all.
Come on, tap me in. 15 all now, so Rodionova has done well to work her way back in this set.
Oh. 30-15.
So Rodionova now with a couple of game points for a 6-5 lead in the opening set. Backhand slice there at Jess Moore. Triggiera.
Game Rodionova.
There it is. Rodionova 6-5.
Rodionova leads 6 games to 5.
In the opening set, after Jess Moore had an opportunity at 5-4 to serve for the first set, Rodionova's got it back on her terms. First of the ladies' quarterfinals here at Melbourne Park. On tennis.com.au and on the Tennis Australia YouTube channel. Good to have you with us. Let us know where you're viewing our coverage from. Some of your thoughts on the matches today. Hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter. Also bring you up to date with any other news that's floating around in the build-up to the Australian Open and also the AO Series events. More tennis on the other side here from Melbourne Park.
So here at Melbourne Park, first point has been completed, going Rodionova's way. 6-5. Well, it's been a frustrating set for Jess Moore. Was in control of it early on. And Arena Rodionova getting used to the conditions out here. We've seen, I think the wind has actually picked up. We were mentioning before that we were watching Arena warming up on this court before.
Love 40.
And I think that conditions have changed even since she was sitting up on this court. Now she's got 3 set points.
Great fight back from Arina Rodionova, who is staring down the barrel. Losing the first set comfortably has come back beautifully here, 7 games to 5. There's Jess Moore's going to just step off court for a moment. So we know that she got broken in her first service game, Arina Rodionova. She was on the back foot for a large chunk of that first set, as we're going to look at some of the highlights coming in now.
Yep, and it was all Jess Moore at the start of the set. Got off to a really, really good start, really positive start. Arina Rodionova was, well, she got that big serve, but the first serve percentage actually picked up as the match has gone on. So that was an important point. And we started to get some sort of idea of how this wind was playing, and it favouring the end that Rodionova is hitting from right now, as you can see on the replay. Hitting into the breeze, and really that unforced error count dropped as well. Ball's landing on the baseline, and Jess Moore was the one to start making the mistakes and tough balls to pick up. That's one thing you're going to get with an Arina Rodionova game, is the ball is going in deep. It's going to brush the baseline plenty of times, and you get very few free points. So a good set in the end from Arina Rodionova, and for Jess Moore, time now to reset, refocus. Was very much in this. It's very much in this match, but at the moment it's Arina Rodionova with the 7 games to 5. First set in her keeping.
Yeah, composed herself really well, because obviously the breeze was playing a bit of havoc with her serve, and she was getting a little bit frustrated out there. Able to get the ball toss right, and it's a really good 20 minutes from Arina Rodionova to get the game back on her terms. And you're right, I mean, it's an interesting game, and she does hit with some really good power. When that first serve goes in, it's gee, not too many are coming back, but when the opponent does get a look at her second serve, that's where it just needs. I think there was one eye counted, Pete, in that first set that really had some bite on it, that put pressure on Jess Moore. Otherwise she was able to step in to the ball and hit some clean winners. You can see there the coach of Arina Rodionova.
I like it. Little fist pump. Let's keep going here. Go time.
Of course, works at Maribyrnong. Last Monday night, the Newcomb Medal was voted best school. So the tennis will continue very shortly with Jess Moore to reappear for the second set. You're watching quarterfinal day here at Melbourne Park. Second set about to get underway. They're in at Rodionova to serve first, and she has taken the opening set here, 7-5, looking for a berth in the semi-finals. Let's see what Jess Moore can reply with.
Love 15.
Once again, Arena serving first. Just be hoping to get a look at a few second serves here. Some pressure on her.
And it's not as if Jess Moore is playing badly at the moment. A couple of loose points here and there, but on the main she's playing pretty well. It's just that Rodionova has her measure at the moment. That's catching her a little bit there, Rodionova. Not a lot you need to say with that. She's right. Catching the ball just a little bit late. A bit more top spin required as well to make that ball dip. Second double fault for this game from Rodionova.
Rodionova.
It's clever. The time to get to that ball, it just set up just enough for Jess Moore. Exactly what she was going to do. So this racket come back pretty early here, there, and in position.
Chance to break here for Jess Moore.
It's a bit of an arm wrestle between the two players now. Who can remain the most consistent despite the conditions?
Beautifully played, right into the corner. So Rodionova should be pleased with that because she was breaking in the opening game of the first set. She rolls on from the first, 7-5 and now 1-love.
Hashtag AO Playoff. If you want to be a part of the action, people are tweeting in from all over the place, and a lot of phones that are out, and people out and about here around the grounds. They might be watching around the world. What have you come up with? Because there's a very, very interesting tweet that came through, Brett Phillips.
Well, one from Van Dozer. He's an interesting looking character, Van Dozer. Loving the replay action, the guy on EVS. What does EVS mean? What does it mean?
Maybe the tweeter could give us some sort of idea.
He's a real pro. Oh, we're loving it. Another very slick production. We just come in and talk here. We're surrounded by experts.
It's a brand name, I've been told. Potentially by the person who tweeted that in, I'm not sure.
Generating their own traffic. Oh, that one's high for someone to pull in a great catch.
This is the frustrating thing for Jess Moore, is that she's not playing a bad game, but the conditions are so tricky. Can't play her usual style of play. Her rhythm is just being thrown out here. It's a rally, 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 gust of wind, ball goes everywhere. So for Rodionova, throwing in nice little bits of variety, no major changes to her game. Give you an update on that ball kids that fainted in the opening set. Brett, all is fine there, all is well.
Good to hear.
Just in recovery mode now, so no dramas. If there are any friends or family that might be watching and maybe a little bit concerned, all is okay. They're now getting plenty of good medical attention, recovery, and liquids and all that sort of stuff. So all clear, all good, which is good to hear. One of the things we're not short on here at Melbourne Park is medical staff. Some great facilities. Too, if we ever have the opportunity just to go backstage inside Rod Laver Arena and have a look at how the medical facilities are set up, because it's amazing. We're talking sports science with Mark R. Reid a couple of days ago and how that's evolved, but also the facilities that it's almost as if it's got a mini hospital set up, mini medical centre set up here on site.
Yep. The area. So she does hold eventually. A bit of a struggle for Jess Moore, but she gets on the board in the second set. Game of peace.
When you have so many players, spectators, officials all in the same place all at once, it's important to have those facilities available there just for if incidents or things happen along the way.
It's like a big city, isn't it? For,
it is actually.
A couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And more. So important stage of the match here, just to
sort of set the tone for who has the momentum. It's 5 first sets. Rodionova got better of that arm wrestle in the opening sets, and here we're at an interesting stage. Rodionova just want to keep working through his service games. Big first serves. So you can do that.
There's the benefit. Yeah.
For Jess Moore, it's important to know that yes, bad shots, mishits will happen due to the conditions here, but still very much in this match. Just get the feeling that Rodionova notionally has control of this match, but certainly not out of it.
30 all.
Again, good example of making that extra shot and putting the pressure back on Rodionova. Keep coming up with the big shots. Break point now for Jess Moore. There it is. So break to Moore.
2 games to 1.
Probably against the run of play here, but 2 games to 1 now has the lead. So important after going down in that first set, 7 games to 5.
That's where she was in the first set with the early advantage, so she can capitalise this time, but hard to read the overall pattern of this match. Plenty of fluctuations in that opening set. And as you said, Jess Moore, great fighting qualities, spotting the semi-finals up for grabs. She's gone through a bit of a lean patch towards the back end of that first set, but there's no doubt she can find her groove pretty quickly and work her way back. Here on tennis.com.au, women's quarter-final day, up to 35 degrees in Melbourne. We're going to duck out to Adrian Franklin.
Thank you, guys. Well, we're looking forward to the matches coming up, and Priscilla Hon is a young star from Queensland. She's 4th up, and I have her coach, Anthony Richardson, next to me. Mate, we're excited about Priscilla. I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Priscilla's in great form. She's had a good week last week in the 18s, and yeah, really looking forward to the match today. So she's got nothing to lose, and hopefully can come out and play well.
So she plays Tammy Patterson. Now, you think she's got a bit of a chance. You're also working with Lizette Cabrera, and you were mentioning that Lizette actually played Tammy earlier this year. So you know a little bit about her. Do you talk to Priscilla about her strengths and weaknesses going into this one?
Definitely, yeah, and I'm assuming Lizette and Priscilla have had a good chat as well. They're very close friends, and Priscilla was there when Lizette played Tammy. So yeah, we know. You know what to expect, and yeah, it's a little gusty again today, which was similar when Lizette played Tammy. It was a little windy, so yeah, we should be well prepared.
So we're back on court there. Obviously, Rodionova taking that first set, and Jess Moore leading 2-1, early stages of this second set. Now, you're based up in Queensland, obviously, and you were mentioning that you're working with a number of great girls coming through, and obviously they're looking up to Sam Stozer and Ash Barty, who are fellow Queenslanders. What are you guys doing so well up in Queensland at the moment? What's in the water?
Not sure, but it's very exciting. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of girls up there who work really hard, all great friends, and I think it's a really exciting time having a group group of players coming through always helps. They're very competitive with each other and they spur each other on. So, yeah, for me, I'm really excited about the future of women's tennis in Australia.
All right, well, she's coming up, 4th match on. We'll head back to centre court now, but good luck today. Maybe we'll have a chat with you during the match this afternoon.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, interesting story. Thanks, Adrian.
Okay, more. New balls, please.
That's what you're looking for. So comfortable hold for Jess
3
Moore.
games to 1.
Just to reset. Certainly appears, as we've been saying, be a little bit easier playing from that end of the court.
So once again, Rodionova's got to dig deep, and she did in the first set. I must say, in eating chocolates over the years, Pete, I've you go through stages of your life where I used to like a flake. I went to a Kit Kat. Someone just handed us today a chocolate I'd forgotten about that I thought had just sort of disappeared totally.
Find that hard to believe.
Oh, Fantail. Oh.
15 love.
Well, we can understand why Jess Moore is frustrated. Just the wind catching that ball, just at that crucial moment.
Very aggressive play from Rodionova in this service game.
Immediately to 40 love. An interesting couple of days for Arena Rodionova. Went to the J-Lo concert last night.
I heard she was in town.
Yeah.
Apparently it's fairly...
just here, just across the way at Rod Laver Arena.
Acrobatic sort of affair. J-Lo, she's very fit, isn't she? And spectacular stuff in her show. Certainly not sitting on a bar stool.
Game, Rodionova.
So Rodionova
More
holds.
leads. 3 games to 2.
3 games to 2 now in this second set. Moore still with the break in this second set.
Back here at Melbourne Park, gusts of winds coming through on this very warm Thursday morning. So we're in a similar situation to where we were in the opening set, just more with the advantage, but Irina Rodionova looking to strike back.
Oh,
likes to play that shot.
Good reading of the breeze to be able to do that, though. There it is. Just kept blowing back towards her.
Correction, the ball was good. 15 all.
Oh dear.
Here's the replay coming up.
Going to be less than impressed here, Irina Rodionova. The racket is still on the ground. That's the reaction.
I've got to say, I sympathise with her.
Racket is still on the ground. Now there should be a delay of game warning coming up very soon here. She'll pick up the racket pretty quickly. And this was the reaction. The discussion continuing with her coach. It's looking straight up.
Hard one for us to see at that angle, but
so I think the question is on that the point just played that it was called out, and I don't think Irina actually heard the call. Almost there. Good return from Rodionova. Put the last couple of points behind her. That's a good pick up. That ball dropped slightly, Rodionova there, and nice put away.
right deep on the line. That's a good recovery from Irina Rodionova. He was flabbergasted at the line call a few moments ago and came out and refocused. She's got it back to 3-all here. The response in both sets has impressed me here, Pete, Irina.
Yes.
In pass may, sort of drop the bundle a little bit.
Frustrating. Sometimes you just got to hold that frustration in a little bit, and Rodionova is looking over the other end of the court. And you've got a player who's not quite in the groove. Often lift your spirits.
Great shot up the line from Rodionova. The response has been outstanding. 4-3 now in the second set. They won the first set 7-5. The tide can turn quickly.
Yeah, it's been sort of a match of fluctuation, a bit like the wind. It's Rodionova, you just had the feeling that as this match has gone on, just got that control, the match, just is in control. It's on her racket at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see what Rodionova can build on that after this break here at Melbourne Park.
The best tennis players in the world are coming for the Brisbane International, presented by Suncorp. Are you? Enjoy live bands and family fun in the Tennis Central Entertainment Precinct. And free selected travel with Translink. Brisbane ready, play, and book a Ticketek now.
And make sure you get to the Brisbane International. We can recommend it highly. A great way to start the summer. Up in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, beautiful complex up there, isn't it? The Queensland Tennis Centre.
It is. And the nice little Pat Rafter Arena, which seats around about 5,500. And the field continues to get better, increased prize money. And we know the status of the girls' draw into a 10-year event last year.
15 love.
All the top players will be in Brisbane shortly to kick off their Australian summer.
Incomplete control now, it looks like. Sergio Rodionova, the frustration continuing.
Just on the Brisbane International, they're voted best sporting event in Queensland.
Yes.
The Queensland Sports Awards last week beats very good quality. You know, the Big Bash and the A-League, of course, the Brisbane Roar going back-to-back.
Just missing the baseline. These errors are really starting to rack up now for Jess Moore.
The window really opens up for Rodionova to stamp on this match right now. Riera's coming off the Moore racket. You can hear the frustration. It was only about 15 minutes ago that she had the upper hand in this second set.
That's a great follow-up serve. Yep. Under pressure.
Just composed herself, walked away for a moment with the wind.
Yeah, it takes plenty of time, which is good.
There it is, another break of serve, and Rodionova is going to come out and serve for the match and a spot in the semi-finals of this year's wildcard playoff.
Yeah, and does get through this game. Will be pretty happy to get back into the locker room or the cafe and just recover, just get back into recovery mode into the semi-finals.
Should have been up dancing at J-Lo's concert last night, I don't know.
I think if she does happen to win the match, I'm pretty sure Adrian Franklin will throw that question in.
Writing the scripts now.
I've just got a feeling. I've just got a feeling. Yeah, that's just the thing. There's a thing. They've got a thing. These two.
I think there's a twinkle in all the every guest that Adrian has interviewed the last 3 days. He does get the best out of them.
Coming up next on our feature court, Bojana Babos taking on Ashley Barty, Monique Adamszczak and Victoria Rajcic after that, and Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon. Looking forward to seeing how the 14-year-old who shocked Sally Peers in the opening round, how she goes against Tammy Patterson, who upset Rodionova. Nice work.
Trouble closing this out because 3 break points now on the Rodionova serve.
Yeah, that's set up there.
Another twist to this yet.
Again, very high over the net with that drop shot for Rodionova.
15-40.
Just what she needed.
Still 2 more break points though, so 2 more big first serves required. Just overhitting, but again, ball played behind her. It's one of the things she screamed out in frustration that she wasn't meeting the ball out in front.
So got it back exactly where she wanted it, Rodionova, back square.
The key thing for Jess Moore will be those unforced errors, partly due to the conditions today, partly due to the type of ball that she's getting back from Rodionova. Now it is match points for Arina Rodionova. Match an hour and a half old.
Yeah, that's the thing that's impressed me about her game today, her response when she's been under the pump.
And there it is. An hour and a half for Arina Rodionova to move through to the semi-finals of the wildcard playoff. 7-5, 6-3, the winner over Jess Moore. The 4th seed is through, and will face the winner of Bojana Babos or Ash Barty in the semi-finals in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, great effort from Arina twice. She was down breaks in both sets, had to come from behind. And it's a comprehensive victory through to the last 4 here at Melbourne Park. And we'll take a look at the highlights of the match if you're just joining us here on tennis.com.au. The early part, certainly both players some power hitting at the baseline, and Arina working her way in when she could. But he didn't start well. She got broken in her opening service game. of the opening set. Looked like Jess Moore was really going to power away, but the response, Rodionova, to just compose herself and keep playing the next point was terrific.
Yeah, it certainly was, and was challenged early in both of the sets. Jess Moore really getting on top. And then the transformation came. The unforced errors started to creep in, and the problems with the breeze, that sort of thing. So, look, the game did start to turn, and you felt from that stage that Rodionova had control of the match. And yes, she dropped a few points here and there, or be broken, or whatever the case might be, but I always felt that she could get it back from that stage and really fight on. And the frustration started to grow in that second set from Jess Moore, and it just built up, and by that stage the match was gone. So good performance by Irina Rodionova, and I reckon Bojana Babosic and Ash Barty would be looking on with interest, because she certainly sent a big statement today.
Yeah, like a lot of components of her game, her aggression, her stuff in the back of the court, her deep hitting when that first serve goes in, it is something that is hard to contend with for her fellow opponent.
I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, look, absolutely. It's some one-on-one time, Adrian Franklin and Irina Rodionova.
Thank you, guys. Irina, you just said you were trying to escape from me, but you just won. You want to talk to me, don't you?
No, yeah, of course, I'd love to talk to you. Do you have any questions?
I do. Congratulations, first of all. You're through to the semi-finals. You played well out there.
Yeah, it was actually really tough conditions today. It was a bit windy, so, and yeah, but it was a good match, I think, overall.
You've played and you've beaten a lot of top players this year, Barty, Rodionova. You must feel really confident coming out that you could beat almost anyone.
A lot of top players, Barty and Rodionova. Yeah, I think so. Well, unfortunately, my ranking is not good enough since I missed like half a year, but it's all good now, and I hope soon I'll be like one of the top players, you know.
Now, you're fairly unusual and perhaps a little bit emotional out on court sometimes, but you won. I mean, take us through how you won. What were you thinking?
I wasn't thinking, that's why I won. My coach just kept telling me, like, Irina, just you think too much, just stop and just hit the ball as hard as you can, you know. So that was my plan for today. And it was a little bit of drama today, you know, like how I just tried to make it more interesting for spectators, because, you know, it's girls tennis, so one is like up like 5-3, and another one is up, then she cannot close the set, so the serve is like choking, you know, here and there. So yeah, I hope everybody had fun.
Yeah, we did. We definitely did. Now, you mentioned to me before, I don't think you were serious about dancing before you came on court, but Jennifer Lopez, she played last night, Rod Laver Arena. Were you there in the crowd?
Don't tell anybody, but yes, I was there, yeah.
Were you there?
It was so good, actually. I think she's amazing.
Okay.
Good dancer, good body. How old is she, like 38 or? Unbelievable.
So she entertains like you, I suppose?
I'm afraid she's a little bit better, but I'm working on it.
Okay, well, just finally, do you have any moves for us now that you could show us, perhaps?
If I win the whole thing, then yes.
Okay.
Semi-final, it's not. Nah.
All right, well, enjoy your afternoon.
I'll practice a little bit, so.
Well, I hope that happens. We'll see you soon in the semi-finals.
Thank you. See you.
Adrian Franklin and Irina Rodionova.
There's something there. There's this connection that's happening.
Series is coming, I think. I can feel it.
You can. I don't want to talk to you, but I'll answer your questions. Give me a question. Away we go. It played really well today. It should be really pleased. And despite, you know, the whole not thinking on court and that sort of thing, you can overanalyze these things a little bit, but geez, the way she set out the game plan today, did what she had to do and got the job done. So great performance by Irina Rodionova and deserves to be in the semi-finals.
Yeah, she certainly does. Our next match isn't too far away. I can see both players heading towards our feature court. Ashley Barty and Bojana Babosic. So the number 2 and number 5 seeds to go head-to-head here for a spot in the semi-finals of this year's wildcard playoff. On a warm Thursday, cloud cover as you can see, but very warm conditions, that biting sun. But the breeze has been coming through, which has just made things a little bit cooler for the players. Adrian, we're building up to this second match. All right, we'll get to Adrian and the players in just a moment. That's coming up next from Melbourne Park.
The best tennis players in the world are coming for the APA International Sydney. Are Are you? See them battle for one of the world's most prestigious titles in one of Sydney's premier sporting events. Sydney Ready, play and book it.
Second match about to start here on court 6 between Ashley Barty and Bayana Babos. Still to come, Victoria Racich and Monique Adamszczak. Tammy Patterson up against Priscilla Hon. That'll be later on this afternoon. Make sure you get down here to Melbourne Park. If you're in the vicinity, entry is free. And we're going to Adrian to introduce our two players.
Boyana, tough conditions out here today. How do you prepare for a match like this today?
Well, I'm actually from Perth, so it's always windy in Perth. So, look, I'm used to it, and I like the heat too, so I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Play well.
Thanks.
As we welcome Ash Barty out onto court, Boyana's opponent today. Very windy out here, very warm. Ash, how are you?
Yeah, well, thanks.
That's good. You've been in Melbourne for a while, so these conditions, these inconsistent conditions, won't bother you at all.
I mean, it's tough every day, but, I've been playing in the last few weeks, so hopefully we'll play right today.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian.
Ash Barty filling in good nick. Another good developing year. Jason Stoltenberg, her coach, of course. He was part of Team Hewitt back around about 2002. And late was the peak of his game. And putting in a lot of hard work to develop Ash Barty, who won this event last year over Olivia Rogoska. And Olivia out, was knocked out on Tuesday. Ash certainly the hot favourite from here. And they defeated Ashley Keir of the ACT in the opening round 6-1, 6-2. So that was a good first up victory. Hashtag AO Playoff to get involved in the conversation here on our live stream. The start of a big summer of tennis. We'll be bringing you, of course, Australian Open qualifying. We'll also be bringing you the Hobart International, which will be fantastic.
Some names being announced later on today, actually. We'll bring you those when we get them.
Increase your fitness to deal with the big hill, the hill climb.
Unlike you, I attempt the hill climb, but yes.
Do not. You get the buggy. I've got footage.
That hill is so steep, the buggy would go backwards.
Well, you're a very lean, cut man. So Hobart, of course, the Australian Open qualifying, will be streaming that live as well.
And the Hopman Cup, if you can't watch it, if you're watching in Australia and you can't watch it on Channel 10, you can actually get live streaming on the Hopman Cup website.
Indeed.
We have best of 3 sets. Final set is an advantage set. 6 balls on court, change 7 and 9. We have 5 line umpires today, so they are still calling through the net on the sidelines. I'll be calling the net for you. Any questions? It's tails. It's tails. Serve. Okay, have a good match.
Ash Barty winning the toss will serve first as we take a look at both of these players. And Babos and Ashley Barty. Let's have a look at Ash Barty, 16 years of age. It is still hard to believe that she is 16 years of age. 176 in the world, Ashley Keir. We watched her first match on our feature court, 6-1, 6-2 the result. And looked very, very good. Trickier conditions and playing Rodionova Babos today. A step up as well. So we'll wait and see what Ash Barty has in store for us today. But, has really grown as a player in the past 12 months and starting to put those results on the board. Really has been very, very good to watch. Winning the $25,000 event in Traralgon, $50,000 event in Nottingham, reaching the final in Esperance and Ipswich, winning in Mildura, winning in the $25,000 in Sydney. Junior Wimbledon champion last year. Played Fed Cup, so accomplished already. Looking to put another good result on the board. As we've had a switch around in commentary. Brett Phillips out. Well, ATL shows partner Dave Bidme just wanders back in. Nice to see you. Day off yesterday.
I had a day off. It was a bit too hot for me out here, Pete. So
you come on the day that's actually hotter.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it?
Okay.
And I'm wearing black, so not a great idea. But pretty tough conditions for the players out here, isn't it?
It is. The breeze more so than the actual heat, I think, has been the big thing. It was a problem for both of the players in the first match, and it's quite gusty and it tends to swirl around the court, so it's very hard to get a read on it.
You can see a little bit of cloud cover as well, which will help the players out on the court.
So here is Bojana Babos, 25 years of age, win over Storm Sanders, solid win, 6-2, 6-3 in the opening round, the round of 16. And ranked about 334 at the moment. No success in the Pro Tour this year. Has won a title in Mount Gambier in 2011. And as she mentioned, she is from Perth, so she will want to... Oh, she understands the windy conditions and knows how to play in those windy conditions.
Of course, played the Australian Open earlier this year. Got a wild card into the event in January. She's really happy with her win over Storm Sanders in the first round. She said she'd lost to her previously a couple of times, so great result for her to turn that around.
Just talking about that Australian Open performance, Angelique Kerber was her opponent, 6-1, 6-3 the result there, but we know the year that Angelique's had been a super year, so certainly not disgraced there. So the game not too far away. This match not too far away from getting started. The second of our quarterfinals. We'll be back with the opening point in just a moment.
Makes the Australian Open the best facilities in the entire world of tennis and stacks up fantastically well against the other Grand Slams.
We're going to have 3 courts with a roof, which is extraordinary, but it's something that the rest of the world have tried to do, and now we're doing it better than them again.
On the eastern side of Hisense Arena are 8 new Italian clay courts, which is the culmination of a great deal of research that we've done into what we need to help our players develop. It's absolute world-class facility, so it's incredibly exciting for the development of our top-class athletes.
Having the real European clay, the clay that players play on in France and Spain and primarily in Europe, is very important for our future and for our development. So the innovation here is fantastic, and having the same amount of courts across the country, particularly at the national training centres, is critically important for our future.
I think it's one of the most exciting things that's happened in the past 5 to 10 years in terms of development. There's so much focus on us trying to develop a new champion or champions, and we've got now a centre that is a centre of excellence that we can continue on to bring kids from all around Australia. I think the essence of it is that we've got the facilities that provide a hard court, indoor, outdoor, but most importantly the clay courts, which allows us to do camps and training that can send the kids into Europe and can really develop an all-court game that's necessary in today's tennis world.
To train in this sort of facility, in this complex, is just it's a real buzz right now, and to come here and play the Australian Open Juniors last year and hopefully play the Australian Open qualifying. I mean, I just love coming to Melbourne Park every year, and now with the new redevelopment, it makes it even more special.
So much development happening around Melbourne Park at the moment, and when it's all done, it will be spectacular. It's looking good right now.
It is, yeah. Had a bit of a wander out there the other day, and it's coming along very nicely. Of course, we saw the launch of the clay courts, which is a great addition to this centre.
How do you go on the clay court surface?
Yeah, I don't mind it. A bit slower, more time to set up.
That is Bojana Babos on your screen there. Is that because you're getting older?
Yeah, I think so. Gives me a bit more time to move around the court.
Arena Rodionova just hanging around. Perhaps waiting to see whether Adrian's going to ask any more questions. Show off some dance moves, something like that. So we've been promised, we've got it live on tennis.com.au. We're going to see some dance moves if the wildcard goes her way.
Looking forward to that. Maybe a rendition of J-Lo from last night.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't there. UP?
No. Ash Barty to serve first, the second of our quarterfinal matches here on tennis.com.au. This pair has met once before, $25,000 event in Sydney in 2011. 3-set win to Barty, 6-3 in the third.
Strong serving from Barty in this first game. It's another part of a game that keeps on improving. Another free point off her first serve as Barty holds in the opening game.
How impressive is that serve, and how far has it come in the past 12 months? It's amazing, the evolution of the player.
The whole game, really. A lot was talked about her movement the other day, how she's moving so well around the court. And it's definitely added to Ash Barty's game. Continued improvement and development.
One of the things that really impressed me about that win on Monday was how clinical it was. It was fairly straightforward, and for someone that age and experience who might occasionally sort of drift in matches or lose concentration from time to time, it wasn't focused the whole way through.
It was so professional, that performance, and it didn't really look like she got out of first gear, I think, in that first round match. But I think that's one of the strengths to her game. She's so professional and mentally seems so strong already at such a young age. Great first serve from Babos there.
Sort of the keys here for Bojana Babos. When you're taking on Ash Barty, well, how do you deconstruct the Barty game, which, as we've just said, is so solid?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think the conditions kind of even things out a little bit. Bojana's said she's used to them, obviously playing in Perth, or growing up in Perth. So that's going to help, I think. She's got to serve well. She's got to try and get a lot of free points on her first serve. She's really going to have to play at a super high intensity.
fault. So 40-15 now for Busick. I think the other thing too, it's obviously tricky to do in the conditions today, is that to maybe look at putting in that high ball.
Yep,
try
absolutely.
and make Barty play from shoulder height or above.
I think that's one thing we haven't seen a lot of girls do to her. Maybe try and push her back with that higher deep ball. Try and get her out of her comfort zone.
Busick holds 1 game all now in this opening set. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's not something that you would necessarily try during a match like this where you got the windy conditions, because it's fraught with danger, but it's something that you keep up your sleeve to know that Barty loves to attack, loves to be on the baseline, loves to be moving forward the whole time. So put a couple of a deep ball in that's bouncing around that shoulder height from beyond the baseline and set up a couple of 3 points, I think.
That's a pretty positive miss from Bojana there. Great return. Had the mid-court ball. And these are going to be harder today in the conditions to make. But she's got to be going for those shots.
Amazing.
It's great timing there.
Well, the timing, but look at the positioning on the court here. No time to set up, but that's a deep ball from beyond the baseline.
Very effortless. Great second serve from Barty, changing it up, going out wide. Second serve ace.
And we should follow up some business arising with you. Nagtha Baines, we called her match against Tismore a couple of days ago. You were hitting with her. What was the wash-up? How did Nagtha feel she played?
Pretty happy, I think, especially that second set. She's played some really positive tennis. So she's asked for a copy of the match. My expert comments, Pete. Apparently she heard there's some good commentary going on.
I wonder who gave her that impression.
Wasn't me.
Oh, really?
Might have been me, who knows.
Well, you do, clearly.
Great deep ball, good hitting from Babos. That's going to be a key to try and keep Barty as far back as she can behind the baseline.
Position, Barty here. A couple of loose ones. Hashtag AO Playoff 2. Dave, Steve writing in. Enjoyed Rodionova's match and her interview. I think we all did.
We did.
But then there's another feature of the Barty game. We talked about a serve a little earlier. That big serve comes into play when it's down or behind. It's that composure to put in that big ball, put that pressure on.
Yep, big point. Comes out with a big first serve like that one.
So Barty holds after a bit of a struggle. 2-1 in this opening set. One of the winners from yesterday on our feature courts and the men's side was Ben Mitchell, and he's been good enough to have a chat with our very own Adrian Franklin in the Adrian Franklin studio.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, I've got Ben next to me. He's just come off court. He was having a hit with Matt Reed. Mate, blustery conditions out there at the moment, but how are you feeling today leading into the semi-final tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling quite fresh. I pulled up really well today, and well, I was hitting out there before. It's really hot and windy, so it's tough.
So you move on to the semi-finals, which is really exciting for you. You're going to play Matthew Barton, who you've got a pretty good record against, so you're feeling pretty confident, I imagine.
Yeah, we've played a few times. It's always been close, but I think I've won most times. He's a big hitter, so I can't take him lightly. He's going to be a very good player, and we'll just see who wins.
Well, yeah, I watched him in his first round match, and you mentioned he's a big hitter. He's got the big serve and forehand. So do you go out there with a bit of a strategy in mind?
Yeah, I think my game style kind of suits the way he plays. So I'm just going to go out there and play my game. And I'm sure, I'm probably feeling a little bit better than him at the moment. He had a massive 5-setter yesterday, so yeah.
Now, we've been on Twitter throughout the last few days, and I just mentioned your brother's been following you very closely. He's on Home and Away, the actor, so it's pretty good having support of your family behind you.
Yeah, it's very good. Luke, he follows every single result, which is great, and so do all my other brothers, Michael and Daniel. So it's great to have all the support back home.
So we cross back to live action here. Bojana Babos serving, so she's 1-2 down in the first set. You mentioned before that Ash Barty you've known for quite a while. You played with her up in Queensland as well. So, tell me a little bit about her. We're in awe of how she plays. You must be pretty impressed as well.
Oh, she's an amazing player. I think everyone, when they watch her, doesn't realise how young she is. She's well beyond her years, and I'm sure she's going to be a great player. And, I've watched her since she was, really, really little, when she was, I think, around 12, and I always knew she was going to be a great player. So.
Well, just finally, it's obviously an exciting time. Semi-finals, I guess you take it one match at a time, but it's a good time of year anyway to be in form yourself.
Yeah, I've finished here really well. I've done well in the last 4 tournaments and now this one. So hopefully I can finish with a win. That'd be huge.
Mate, thanks very much for your time. We'll cross back to the girls playing out there. Hopefully we get to chat to you tomorrow after maybe a semi-final victory.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Nicely done. Thank you, Adrian. With Ben Mitchell.
Very impressive yesterday, Mitchell versus Feeney. I've seen his brother out here before. And this year's Australian Open with a bit of a crew. You get the T-shirts made up, and it's a lot of support from the family, which is always good to see. Great angle on the first serve from Babos out wide there. Taking a little bit of pace off it.
Yeah, well, forcing Barty out wide. So good hole for Babos. Easy service game there. 2 games all.
Barty just slowing the racket speed down a bit on that second serve return. It is tough to control out there. No real sign of nerves from either players, Pete.
I wouldn't imagine so. Played a lot of tennis this year. They've been in this forum before. If anything, pressure, maybe it's a pressure, and it's a different sort of pressure for Barty this time. Having come through and won the wild card last year, and without the top seed, the expectation maybe a little higher this year.
She's probably the favourite at this stage. First forehand from Barty, scramble from Babos. Ball just dropping in her a little bit.
And then the follow-up again. So under pressure, able to pull out that big first serve. It's so important placement down the middle of the court.
Very composed.
The 30 all just seems to be struggling a little on this forehand side. And for Babos, that's the ideal spot. That's where you want Barty. Got well beyond the baseline. Just to scramble at the back of the court.
Once again, great depth from Babos. Keeping Barty behind the baseline.
Yeah, so a break point now for Boyana.
Flat, aggressive forehand.
But again, the follow-up. It's that pattern that's continued from the first round match.
She's been able to pull out a big first serve. And she's been in any trouble so far in this game. Amazing sign.
And again. Yeah, it's something that we haven't really discussed, we haven't really talked about in the development stage. Vash Barty, that first serve, but that's a real weapon now.
Already served down about 5 aces so far. It's only a third service game.
Three in a row.
Very impressive.
Great way to serve that out. 3 games to 2 in this opening set. Here at Melbourne Park. Games on serve in this opening set. So, your advice to both of these players stepping out on the court as to playing these windy conditions. What are the key points here? I've been talking about the different methods you can take and the way you can play, but what are the key things to watch for here?
Well, they're quite gusty, they're quite swirly, so it's not going one way or the other, whereas normally if it is doing that, you can play a bit more top spin at one end or flatten it out at the other end. But in these conditions, you've got to play a bit more margin for error, not go for as much. What Bojana's doing quite well at this stage is she's playing deep up the court, but actually playing out in the middle quite a lot and pushing Barty deep, not giving her too many angles. It's going pretty well for her at the moment, but you've just got to play a bit more margin for error. That's one of the main points.
Nicely done.
Great backhand angle from Barty.
An aggressive play too.
Great 1-2 from Babos. Very nice first serve, setting it up. I think the other thing in these conditions, Pete, is mentally you got to expect that you're not going to hit the ball as good as you can normally, just because it's very tough. So I think you got to accept that, learn to accept that in your mind that, okay, I'm not going to be able to hit it as clean as normal. It can sometimes throw your rhythm out too, particularly the gusty conditions. Great first serve from Bojana.
Again, that ball just sitting up. A little high for Barty to pick up on the full stretch. Again, that Reed's just gusted up at the worst possible time. You stand there, you're bouncing the ball a couple of times, you're waiting. Will the breeze die down? No, I better serve here. I'll get a delay of game warning.
Incredibly hard when you're halfway through your swing and you realise, oh no, I've got to adjust this one. Great point from Babos. Fantastic first serve. Excellent stretch from Barty, but plays this one really well. Tougher than it looked as well. Low ball. Had to come up on it. Set up nicely for the put away.
I said in the last match as well, Dave, I think the end that Babos is serving from at the moment appears to be the better end for all the players who are playing today so far. It's a swirling breeze on that court, but it looks like the players are getting a better run of it up the end that our commentary position is in, the one that Rodionova Babos was just serving from.
Does look like it is, yeah, going downwards that way, that direction. Which means need to play a bit more topspin up this end. Can hit through the ball up Barty's end a bit more.
Have slightly more coverage here with our commentary position set up and the trees on the other side. Ball just clipping the net.
They'll be play on at the start of next year in the Challenger circuit, Pete. First 3 months of the year. Great return from Babos. Yeah, what do you think of that rule that they're going to play lets for the first 3 months on the Challenger circuit?
Be an adjustment. It's a huge adjustment. A big change like that.
Mentally, I think, is the big thing. Great backhand from Barty. Set up so nicely. Down nice and low. Takes it early. Clinical finish.
No surprises he didn't really had to move for that.
So clean.
So Barty holds on serve in this opening set. Is Barty leading 4-3 in the second of our quarterfinals on our feature courts. So great work from Ash Barty to hold service. Struggled a previous couple of service games. Music just going wide up the line. So 4-3 on serve opening sets. And let's head out to Adrian Franklin now, who has some tweets for us. What have you got, Adrian, in your studio?
So, guys, we've been talking about Twitter for the last few days, and we've got a fair bit of action right now on the account, #AO Playoff. So get on there now, ask any questions of the commentators or of me. If there's anyone in particular you want to speak to, we've got a few here. So Nick McCarville, he's just sent one in. Ash, #Barty on court now in the AO Playoff. And as they would say here in Australia, this girl's a gun. So, so true. So thank you very much, Nick McCarville. We've also got another one from Steve Kinslow. So #AO Playoff. Enjoyed Rodionova's match and her interview. I think you guys spoke about that one earlier. Maybe we could have a bit of a theme. So tell me what you like about Arina Rodionova's interview, perhaps. What makes her so interesting? Because there are a lot of questions about her. We need some answers. Maybe what makes Ash Barty so good and how some of the younger players can emulate her and her performance out on court. So keep sending them in and I'll update you guys. #AO Playoff.
Okay, Adrian.
Get some tweets in about maybe some questions that Adrian Franklin could ask in his post-match game.
Like it.
Send them in. #AO Playoff. pulling off that one a bit for Busick. Getting a bit crammed there. Ball just moving in towards her with a win. Good depth again from Bojana. Another aspect playing in the wind, Pete, is your footwork. Just is so important, more than ever. You have to make lots of quick little adjustments.
Yeah, there's that huge potential to just be off balance.
Can't put your feet down too early.
If there's a change in the direction of the ball, with the wind taking it. Door slightly ajar here for Barty to grab a break of serve. Great setup of the point, but one of the things there just off that second ball was how far out of court Ash Barty was. You can see the camera there having to try and find her from the back of the court.
Well, she changed it up. She was standing up on the baseline on most previous returns and just took a couple of big steps back, gave herself a bit more room and hit a real high, heavy ball. A little bit what you mentioned earlier, Pete, that maybe Bojana should try and do to Ash. But pushed Busick back and got the short ball.
And there it is. So the break of serve going to Ash Barty. Ashley Barty 5 games to 3 now in this opening set. Great scramble work there, yeah, and then had time to settle. And that low dipping ball we've seen so many times this week is tough to pick up. And now, all of a sudden, Ash Barty is serving for the opening set. Oh, great change
Dropped
up too.
in.
That was going to be a top spun down the line. Changed it up though.
Well, it kept dropping and dropping. Much harder shot than it looked. Just goes over.
Just
Great
chipped,
hands.
Chipped rather than hit through the ball.
Bit of old school action there, Pete. Another great first serve from Barty. First serve has been very impressive so far in this first set. Now There's that point just before. Look at the soft hands. Been much talked about her touch and feel.
Where Babosic's really able to step in on that ball, but Barty's sort of switching now back on the defensive. Was inside the baseline, back outside. Terrific.
Great shot from Barty.
Developing a very, very nice power game.
Nice body serve. Cramming Babosic. Opening up the court. Just looks effortless. That's the thing that stands out for me. Just sets up so quickly. And
Set points.
Not quite. Going for the change up the middle. Saw it a bit early when she went wide on one of the second serves. Had an ace. Always good to keep your opponent honest in returning.
Or guessing at least as well.
Yep.
And that's the thing that Babosik will be mindful of, having to push. See what Barty can do when he gets that short ball, anything remotely short. So just trying to keep it deep. So that's the opening set to Ash Barty, 6-3. I'm sure the players will be very much looking forward to getting into the shade and just cooling off. 2-minute between sets, 2-minute break. So I think the players are leaving the court. I think they'll be sticking around. So a good performance from Ash Barty, but really, Dave, was pushed in that opening set.
She was, but some great first serving and lots of free points on that serve.
Yeah, well, got herself into trouble as the set or in her games, but then was able to just pull out the three big serves. There was one stage where she had the 3 aces in a row to finish off the game. Break point down, way to save them.
Yeah, you don't see that often in women's tennis as well. Maybe there's just a handful of players out there that can go bang, 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 3 aces in a row. That was very impressive. But yeah, she looks still pretty comfortable. Looks like she's not really under too much pressure, even though that first set was reasonably tight. But just still looks really comfortable out on court. Bojana, though, some pretty good signs for her still. She's had a few opportunities on Barty's serve. And probably needs to play perhaps a little bit more aggressive and try and not let Barty dictate too much here.
Yeah, definitely not out of the match by any stretch of the imagination by Babosik, but just got to find a way through. Try to find a way through the wall. I've seen a couple of times she's able to get that ball nice and deep, and Barty's around or back behind the baseline. That's going to be the key here.
That's right. Got to keep pushing Barty back behind the baseline. Anything remotely short, as you mentioned before, Pete, she's right up on.
Second set.
The school kids enjoying the action.
Good to see them got the hats on too.
Yes, staying sun smart. Second set about to get underway. It'll be Bojana Babosik to serve.
Out. 15 love.
Speaking of sun smart, Pete, you see Ash Barty wearing the zinc, and seen a few players this week. Ben Mitchell yesterday and a couple others. What are your thoughts?
Good.
Like the look? Yeah.
have no problem with it.
Do you wear the white zinc when you go out there?
No.
No? Why not?
Because I have sunscreen that just
Blends in?
pushes it in.
Love.
Great hitting from Babos.
To get to
up the court.
So that's all in short. Just took her time as well, so important just to plant the feet to get balanced, then hit the ball and keep going from there.
Love.
Excellent first serve from Babos. It's one out wide.
Yep.
Great angle.
Oh, Barty was looking to go the other way there.
Alt. Game
So
Babos.
an easy hold for Babos in the
First
opening
game,
game
second
of this
set.
second set. Ash Barty doesn't like to muck around.
Straight back out there.
Touch of the Serena Williams there, just after that first game, because it's not a sit down. You
knows the rules.
Kept going through, just picked up the towel and kept going. One thing,
15 love.
if Ash does happen to win this match, is really Adrian will ask the question about the strapping. You can see on Ash Barty's leg there. Whether that's more precautionary or whether there's an injury or any issues there, any problems.
all.
Well, it's a good example of how to control a point, all up until that last forehand from Ash Barty. Just staying in the middle of the court, just hitting from side to side.
You see Babos doing all the running. Pulled off that last one slightly. Really good deep ball from Bojana. And once again, Pete, in a little bit of trouble, 15-30, and pulls out a big first serve.
Just move into that attacking position from having to defend. It's just, it is, I've been saying, it's good to watch. Just tactically, it's good to watch. It's great to be able to rely on it too.
$40-30.
And again, another free point off her first serve.
Game Barty.
Well, such a strong finish to that game. 15-30 down, 3 big first serves, and the last one there, setting up the short ball. And easily putting it away.
Hello to everyone who might be watching our telecast today in Ipswich, which is where Ash lives, was born. It seems to be dominated this by Queenslanders, the men's and women's side of things.
And they're going all right, aren't they? Doing something correct up there in Queensland.
Mm.
Love.
So we mentioned too that Boyana Babos living in Perth, quite a warm climate, particularly this time of the year, so be used to the conditions. But same for Ash Barty as well, training in the heat, playing in the heat. Certainly get the feeling that if this match stretched to a third and deciding set, that both players would be able to run that out pretty quick, pretty well, I would have thought.
Yeah, both players pretty fit. As you're saying, used to training in these conditions. Definitely a big advantage. Great angle there from Barty. Could have gone either way. That wide serve's been working quite well for Babos this match so far. Trying to get the ball out of Barty's hitting zone. Stretch wide in that forehand.
But still got around to that pretty quickly.
Great hitting from Babos. Hitting through the court. Nice aggressive play and stepping up on his forehand.
So Babos holds. We're on serve in this second set.
Babos leads
Babos 2 games to 1. Ash Barty taking the first set 6 games to 3. Another winner yesterday in our late match over Luke Saville was Matt Reid, who's with Adrian in the Adrian Franklin studio.
Thank you, Pete. Yes, I've just got Matt Reid fresh off the court. Mate, you were just having a hit with Ben Mitchell, who we spoke to before. It was a tough session out there, you said, though.
Yeah, it was a bit tougher than usual. Usually we just hit for 30 minutes, but Ben Mathias, our coach, was making us run a fair bit.
Does he tell you that before you're going on court? Does he give you a warning, or he just springs it on you?
Well, I actually told Ben that I didn't want to hit unless we only hit for 30 minutes down the middle, but he told me, yeah, that's what we'll do, but then when we got out there, changed plans.
So you've got JP Smith tomorrow, semi-finals. You're playing really well at the moment, and one thing we noticed was that you were hitting winners off both sides yesterday against Luke. So I mean, you've got a fair chance tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah, I've got a pretty good chance, although I have lost to him twice before, but I'm playing pretty well at the moment, and the balls are bouncing pretty high, which I think can help me a little bit out there tomorrow.
When we watch a lot of the players during the playoff, the commentary team, we're always looking for the guys that can hit winners and be proactive. Is that something that you've always focused on with your game?
More so this year. I've been working with Ben and Brent, and they've been trying to get me to be more aggressive and stand up in the court a bit more, rather than relying on speed and stuff like that. Just trying to be more aggressive and, yeah, taking control.
So as we head back to centre court, you just mentioned that for the rest of the day, you're not going to have another hit. You're going to go and buy some Christmas presents.
Yeah, I'm going with Luke, and we're going to buy some Christmas presents for some family and friends.
So Luke Saville, who you played yesterday.
Yeah, Luke Saville.
So do you talk about that match at all, or it's just purely Christmas presents today?
Oh, we'll probably talk about it a little bit. We're pretty good friends off the court, so it's hard playing him because he is such a nice guy, and off the court we get on really well. So, yeah, we'll just probably forget about the match and just try and get some good Christmas presents.
Well, we can't wait to see you in the semi-final tomorrow against JP Smith. Play well, mate.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. And Matt looking very good in his Liston Seagulls T-shirt there, I noticed, Dave.
Yeah, the
from
champion,
the ATL,
yeah.
the champion team in Victoria of the ATL.
That's right. Yeah, ultra impressive. #1 rated team in the country, Liston Seagulls.
Who did they beat in the finals?
30-15.
Some team. Kooyong, perhaps.
Who's the captain of that team?
Yeah, the guy sitting next to you. But Matt Reid was ultra impressive yesterday against Saville. It was really good to see him playing some great tennis this time of year.
Out 40-15.
That return just missing from Babos. Great connection on the shot. Another great return. I think that's something that she needs to keep trying to do and press on the returns, get them as deep as possible. Try and dictate these points right from the start against Barty.
Game Barty.
You're facing that.
Such
2
great
games all.
shape on that forehand. You don't really see it coming. You just don't expect that to happen off that ball. Reasonably deep in the court and just be able to produce that angle. Super shot.
That's one of the rallies of the match.
15 love.
Great hitting from both girls. And Babos just stretching Barty enough on this forehand to draw the error.
Love.
A little bit lucky to get away with that one, Babos. Very short second serve. Did have a bit of kick on it though, which helped. Looking to really step in and be aggressive off that one.
Love.
3 points starting to come now for Babos.
Game Babos. Babos leads 3 games to 2.
So games continuing on serve in this second set. It is Babos leading by 3 games to 2 after Ash Barty taking the first 6 games to 3. The second of our quarterfinal matches today. Coming up, Monique Adamszczak, Victoria Rajic, and then Tammy Patterson will face Priscilla Hon in our final match.
The best tennis players in the world are coming to the Hyundai Hopman Cup. Are you? All in the brand new state-of-the-art Perth Arena with retractable roof and under-seat air conditioning. Perth ready? Play and book at Ticketek.
Oh yeah, we're ready to play. Countdown is on to Australian Open 2013.
Looking forward to stopping by that Heineken Beer Garden too, perhaps just to enjoy some live music.
It's not set up yet.
No, when it's
when it actually
when
is
it's actually going.
When it's actually operational.
Great atmosphere there.
It absolutely is.
Like it is everywhere at Melbourne Park. Like it is today for the AO playoff.
It absolutely is.
Love 15. All.
It's a bit loose there from Babos coming into the net.
Didn't need to go for as much there. Love 15 would have brought up love 30.
No, but in the back of her mind would have been that Barty would be waiting there. Just the
It's that mental pressure that builds in a match, isn't it? When those balls keep coming back, players start to go for a bit more when they know or normally they wouldn't need to.
$15.30.
And the win is behind Barty's back here. We can see it just dropping on her. On this shot here, she didn't quite move up to it. Didn't really kick on. Tough conditions, as we've mentioned.
Gee, that's
15-40.
probably the only real bit of emotion. If we're going to capture any emotion sort of shots here of Ashley Barty, that's probably all you're going to get. There'll be nothing else.
Once again, just stretching for it. Needs to move up to that one.
Game Babos.
So Babos gets the break, I should say.
Babos leads
So
4 games
couple
to
of
2.
the loose game there from Ash Barty. Now, the momentum starts to shift a little bit.
She hadn't been on too much trouble on her serve before that game. We saw a couple of times she pulled out some big aces, but couldn't quite do it then. A few loose points. And credit to Babos, she hasn't gone away at all. Really stayed very focused.
$15
So that's the only bit of frustration that you're going to see from Ash Barty. well done to our camera team for picking that up, because you very rarely see it.
30 love.
Great first serve from Babusik.
So now just to keep that momentum running. Big first serve. We've seen first serve the easiest service games for her, so the match has worn on.
Thanks.
Love 4-2. And Old here get to 5-2. Pressure back on Barty. Think about where the think about a third set.
30-15.
It's one of those tricky ones, isn't it, Dave, when you get to that 4-2, 5-2 sort of mark and you're down 5-2 as to whether which way the momentum's going. Do you try and get it back to 5-all and keep pushing from there, or is your opponent just got the momentum? Do you then settle back and refocus on what the next? So I can go, all right, set's gone. Let's get into the next set.
I guess generally, well, I mean, only one break, you try and get back for sure. I mean, all players always do. In a best of 5 match, when the men's are playing, it comes into play a little bit. If you're down, perhaps a double break.
40-15.
We saw it at the Australian Open a bit this year. Some really long matches. We do see in women's tennis breaks happen a bit more often.
More, yeah, you're right. The momentum changes are a lot quicker. Wide from Barty,
Okay,
so
Babos,
just
can you
lost a
balls,
little bit of
please?
composure here. Babos
leads
5-2
5 games to 2
in this second set. Last time they played back in 2011, it went to 3 sets, and looks like it's trending that way at the moment. Barty serving to stay in the second sets.
Love 15.
Just
Love
couple of loose
30.
errors coming from the Barty racket.
Yeah, this is a testing time now for Ash. Just really just to back on focus here, back focused, and
we didn't see this coming just a few games ago. She looked very comfortable still.
But credit
15,
to Babos
30.
here too. Hasn't dropped her level at all, and really has just been waiting for the Barty game just to drop off a little bit. It's happening now, seizing the opportunity. Trying to find a way through. What are those ways through? Okay, the unforced errors now. A few mistakes, back into it. Your confidence starts to build by hitting a few winners. Strong on serve.
30 all.
Yeah, I think for Babos, she started to return Ash Barty's serve, especially second serve, a lot better as this match has gone on. But you're right, Pete, her level hasn't dropped, where Ash has just gone off the boil just slightly the last couple of games. Great first
40,
serve from
30.
Barty. So from love 30, now sets up a game point.
Game, Barty.
So Barty holds. So now
Babos leads 5 games to
Babos
3.
to serve out this second set.
And this will be a very interesting game. See if Babos can keep her head, make a lot of first serves. You'd expect Barty to really step up the pressure here.
So Barty trying to put pressure on the. He's suspecting going to put pressure on this Babos serve. And not going to help here with this wind that's just gusted up again. So the umbrellas.
15 love.
Well, that's a good serve.
Great first serve there.
More about the placement than anything else there. Just deep, just clipping the line.
She should focus on that in this game.
Yep, 4 first serves.
$15 all.
Great return from Barty. Babos not quite getting position quick enough here. Ball coming back in towards her. Get out of the way.
$30-15.
Just be willing herself to get this second set done and dusted.
See a shake of the head from Barty and clench of the fist from Babos. Tells the story a little bit at the moment.
Just dropping on the line. Great work from Babos to bring up
40,
2 set
15.
points. Level this up at 1 set all. And all about the West Australian in this second set. The Barty game has dropped off. Babos has remained solid.
Great finish here, going in behind Barty. The off backhand.
2 set points. Oh,
Game
nicely
and
done.
Second set, Babos.
Powerful from
6
Babos.
games
We
to
are
3.
at 1 set
settle.
all. The pair exchanging sets, 6 games to 3. And the decider, looking forward to it, this quarterfinal. Let's take a look at the set highlights, and they all paint a picture that Bojana Babos is very much on top in this set, second set. was solid. And really, the Barty game just dropped away a little bit. Some uncharacteristic errors, certainly for this week anyway. And Babos just got the job done. Close it out nicely. Serving really well too. Barty will have the advantage of serving first in this third set, but at the moment the momentum very much with Bojana Babos. Nice angle there from Barty. Babos nice and deep in the court. Ash Barty under all sorts of pressure. Really started to build her confidence too. I'll be feeling pretty confident heading into this deciding set. So it is 1 set all at the moment. And we're looking forward to an exciting third set. As we welcome back Brett Phillips to the commentary.
Thank you, Pete. He's going to step out. Very nice work. Set a piece here at Melbourne Park for a berth in the semi-finals of this year's wildcard playoff. And Adrian Franklin steps in.
Hello, Mr. Phillips.
Good to have you indoors. Been roaming around.
It's good to be indoors.
There's a breather. Good fight back here from Babos to get back to a set apiece. It's a good clean winner. Backhand side.
Yeah, we obviously speak a lot about Ash Barty, but Babos, I mean, she's a strong player. She always is really positive out on court. She wants to go out there and win the match. She doesn't play defensively, and she's an experienced campaigner as well. So Barty, what a stroke that was from Babos. Can't ignore that one. Just moving forward and ripping it cross court. We'll see it highlight here. That's just timing. Perfect timing.
Yeah, great execution. So here we are, some pressure on Ash Barty. Opening game of the third. Staring down 3 break points. There's another clean winner. What a game. She's come out with some real intent at the start of this third set.
First game, final set.
And the momentum is in her corner right now.
And the way she stormed to the change there as well, BP, great signs here from Babos.
Ebbs and flows in a game of tennis. We saw it in the earlier match when Jess Moore had her head up. Started the first and the second set. She had the clear advantage, and then Arena Rodionova working her way back and stealing that momentum.
Yeah, I don't think it's overly surprising, this result at the moment. Babos, she loves the moment. She's never overawed by an opponent either. She'll go out there and give herself a really good chance of winning. And right here, she's got the momentum. Ash Barty, she needs to pull something out early stages of this third set.
Love 15.
That's part of the game we love from Ash Barty. She's not afraid to bring those drop shots into play. Use that slice backhand. Love to see that.
15-all.
Loose forehand there from Ash Barty. So, very interesting stage here.
It's definitely warm out there. Very sticky, you can tell. Barty just taking off her hat there. I can't stop sweating myself.
No, sticky being the operative word. Turn that fan around. Any chance we can turn that fan around here? More comfort.
$30-15.
Great pressure there from Babos. See this forehand. This was the one that set it up from such a deep point in the court. She got great angle, moved forward. She stabilised at the net, and Barty just under a bit too much pressure to execute there.
Oh, it's as good as it gets.
Where did that come from?
30-all.
Love a replay of that. Let's take a look at this shot of the day so far from Ash Barty. It's a great forehand, isn't it?
That's the difference we see from Barty in comparison to a lot of other players at this level now. Just the capacity to hit a ball that hard. There's no way that's coming back.
Nets for serve.
Oh, that is good. Right in the corner, some good deep hitting.
40-30.
Plenty of angle from both players. Quality point. Beautifully placed into the corner there by Babos. So she's got a game point here for a 2-love lead in the third. Great serve down the middle.
Babos.
She's in control right now.
Babos leads 2 games to love.
All the momentum in this match.
Yeah, this is a big challenge right here now for Ash Barty. She's probably the biggest name in the playoff, at least on the women's side this week. So big expectations on her to go through really to the final. But she always would have known that Bojana was not going to be a pushover at all today, and she's taking it up to her right now.
15-love.
I think, I spoke to Ben Mitchell before BP, and he mentioned that he's known Ash since she was about 10. They were both playing up in Queensland together, and he said, he was clearly so impressed with her play. But he did mention an interesting point, the fact that people do forget how young she still is, and I think that's probably right. There's so much talk about her, but she is 16 still.
And certainly from
30 love.
My point of view, covering tennis, as a broadcaster, you try not to talk about her.
Yeah.
But it's hard not to.
Yeah,
because we don't want to put too much pressure on her. But she is the talking point when we're looking at the future of women's tennis in this country behind Sam Stosur. Now that she's elevated herself inside the top 200.
Love.
She does seem to be a bit more comfortable though this year. I remember chatting with her a few times last year at the playoff, and she really didn't want to say too much at all in interviews, either prior to the match or afterwards.
Yep.
This time, noticeable difference, I think. She's quite calm, some confidence there as well. I don't think she's thinking about, you know, how good she is at the moment. It's not her mentality, which is a great sign. She just wants to go out there and play well.
Yeah, her temperament is so noticeable.
Yeah.
And humble, just wants to let her tennis do the talking. You know, I'm sure Jason Stoltenberg's having a big influence there, just about, you know, how you just go about your business and don't put too many statements out there. Don't, just go about it quietly, own your craft, and
Thanks.
the tennis
40 love.
take care of itself.
Breeze just picking up there. You can see to the right hand side of your screen.
Game Barty.
Stand and deliver from Ash Barty at the back of the court.
Babos leads 2 games to 1.
A nice hold in this third set. Women's quarter-final day here at Melbourne Park. And we've got 2 more matches to come this afternoon. If you are joining us a little bit late, Rodionova 7-5, 6-3. She dispensed of Jess Moore, and she'll play the winner of this match, which is live at the moment in the semi-finals. And later on, we've got Monique Adamszczak and Victoria Rajasic, and the final match today will be Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon. More tennis shortly here from the AO Wildcard Playoff. As we welcome you back to our feature court here on tennis.com.au. Bayana Babos from WA. With the break here at 2-1. Third set.
Love 15.
And you were talking to her earlier. Being a WA girl, she's used to the heat, used to the wind. Famous Fremantle doctor over there in WA. So these conditions, she trains in a lot.
Yeah. I get the feeling not too much phases Bayana as well. I don't think she's one for making many excuses or anything like that. She's got a really good attitude out there. Always has a smile on her face as well, off the court. So.
Love 30.
Very double fault. And when you do go outside, you do appreciate how windy the conditions are at court level. It's tough to serve at times, and the ball's swirling around in general play.
Yeah, it's dying off as well at times. It sort of drops completely and then picks up. So.
Yep.
Can just see Matthew Barton walking past our commentary box, so he'll have a hit this afternoon. I think we're going to try and have a chat with him as well, leading into the semi tomorrow.
Love 40.
Marinko Matosevic training here at Melbourne Park today as well. We saw him a little while ago. #1 male. This time last year he was fighting it out in this tournament, and how far he has come in 12 months. He can just go through his training phase now and build up for the pre-Australian Open events.
Game Barty.
So Barty
Two
gets
games
a
up.
break. And we're back all square again. 2 games all in this third and deciding set.
Yeah, it's a good point on Marenko, BP. I mean, I was thinking about it the other day, 2 or 3 years ago, when he was playing in this event here, I don't think any of us ever could predict what was to come for Marenko. We knew he had huge talent, but to be top 50, #1 Australian player right now, what a year he's had. I mean, it's just so exciting to look forward to next year, what he can actually achieve.
Great shot.
15 love.
Well, yeah, that's the question there, whether he can build on it. You get to 49. It is a fantastic effort, and he's got a pretty solid game. He's obviously much fitter than what he was. He's playing in bigger tournaments. Those who sort of
30 love.
get to that level either sort of go one way or the other, don't they?
Yeah. I have a good feeling about him, though. I think
Yeah, I did too.
every time you hear him speak and is in interviews, he's always saying, yeah, it's been a good year, but I want more. I want more
Well,
next year.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. And it
40
seems
love.
genuine as well, I think.
Yep.
It's a bit of a turnaround here. Barty over the past 2 games. She just hits it so cleanly sometimes, doesn't she?
Game Barty.
So Barty holds to love, and it's swung right around here in this third and
Barty
deciding
leads
set.
3 games to 2.
Nostradamus to try and predict this. Hashtag AO Playoff. Got any tweets to come through to us? Hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter.
Yeah, we've got a few tweets coming in here. So we'll talk about them shortly.
Very shortly. Right here on tennis.com.au.
It's amazing.
Put on that microphone and steal, this is all I know. Hit it up, rip it up, inspirational. People think they understand how the juice flow, but you do not understand it. Here we go. Here we go.
Ready? Play. At Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
We cannot wait. January 14, get your tickets. Ticketek.com.au. Going to be absolutely packed. Melbourne Park. And Ash Barty has got this match on her terms at 3-2. It's going to be Babos to serve.
$15 love.
So some updates on Twitter.
Yeah.
So from Unseeded and Looming,
Rightio.
home just in time for the third set of Babos Barty. So thank you, Unseeded and Looming. Edwin Smith
Eddie.
just went outside for the first time since 8 a.m. and wow, it's hot.
That's it.
Still, I think I'm going to go down and watch Ash Bar 96. Thank you, Edwin. Shots. But there are, yeah, I mean, this Twitter's just
15 all.
I'm very much enjoying this.
And those are the Townsville Bulletins online with us as well. It's a great newspaper because they've got so much sport happens in Townsville. You've got elite sporting teams and lots of different codes. And 3 players this week from Townsville in the draw.
Yeah, wow.
So they're enjoying the AO playoff. That's where you get a good tennis grounding in Townsville, which is pretty muggy and hot there most of the year.
Oh, yeah.
30-15.
Playing in the heat.
To see the trees up there behind the grandstand. The wind is picking up. I was out there earlier. It is very swirly, as you mentioned, and it dips and peaks. There you go. Look at that.
Just carrying there that
30 all.
It's a big moment, this game now, BP. Ash leading 3-2, 30 all. But a break here. And you'd think Ash would just pick herself up and she could potentially run away with this. So, big couple of points here from Babos.
Thirty, 40.
So here's the opportunity. Ash Barty. To really go ahead and press for victory if she can get 4-2 up.
Deuce.
Good reply.
Advantage, Babos.
What happened there?
Deuce.
One that she wouldn't like to repeat. Crucial time. She'll gain point and...
Oh. Was it just a frame? She hit it off her frame, perhaps? I mean, it was...
Connect, or a little gust came through.
Probably just overplayed that slightly.
Advantage, Babos.
I think I've noticed Barty trying to hit deeper these last couple of matches as opposed to maybe 12 months ago. I reckon she's working with Jason Stoltenberg on really trying to force that one in particular, really trying to force the play. But I reckon on that last one probably didn't need to go for such depth. But that's the secret to really advancing up the rankings, isn't it?
Yep.
It's very tricky to play a deep ball.
Game Babusik.
So right on the line from Diana, so
3 games all.
3 all. Recovery when she was staring at a 2-4 deficit.
Yeah, that's a big game there for Bojana. You just had the feeling Barty was trying to pick up the pace, and she really saw that as an opening. But now we're back to all square. 3 games all. Anything could happen here.
Just set up.
Love 15.
Well, she got in quickly. It's a risk you take playing drop shot on the surface.
Yeah, I mean, that almost bounced mid-court, so it was too much height on that drop shot.
Love 30.
And just lost her balance there, which is something we don't see very often from Barty. She's so well balanced on the court. I think the ball was just a little too far away from her body there.
Love 40.
So 3 break points against the Barty serve. Another twist in the tail.
She just doesn't seem to be completely comfortable out there at the moment, Barty. Even though she did have that little turnaround a couple of games ago, she still didn't seem to be hitting consistently. Babusik probably just stroking the ball a little better at the moment.
15-40. $30-40.
She gets a good serve. Very hard to get that back effectively. The serve in women's tennis, so important, isn't it? I mean,
Game Babusik. New balls, please.
Serena, it's the thing that gets her into trouble all the time.
Babusik leads 4 games to 3.
She gets a break here. 4 games to 3 now, so the ebbs and flows in this game, it is enormous. We'll see what we can find out on the other side of this break as the quarterfinal day continues here at Melbourne Park.
The best tennis players in the world are coming for the APA International Sydney. Are you? See them battle for one of the world's most prestigious titles in one of Sydney's premier sporting events. Sydney ready? Play and book a Ticketek now.
The big stars of tennis not far away from arriving in Australia for what is a big month, culminating in the Australian Open from January 14 at this very venue, Melbourne Park.
Time.
So just at the end of that game when Barty walked to her chair, you may not have caught it, but she smacked her racket on the top of the net as she walked past, purely in frustration.
So we have shown that this match has shown that there will be a few more breaks to serve potentially. So disappointment of losing it can be quickly made up for breaking the other person's serve.
15 love.
Fine line.
There we go.
Talking about just a moment ago, Adrian. We talk about that ice cold temperament that she has, but
Yeah.
this occasion you got to just display it outwardly.
Well, she did it right in front of Babos, which is perhaps not ideal. I mean, Babos would see that and just go, tick. I'm in here. Good hitting.
15 all.
That's just depth and power as well. Just love the way she's actually, I mean, she would be training that way constantly with Jason Stoltenberg. I love how she really transfers that and plays in a similar fashion. I'm sure a lot of players just, they tense up and they let the moment get to them.
$30-15.
Even though it's great to be really positive out there and go for your shots, this probably wasn't the moment to be. That's just overplaying the stroke.
Let's get that first ball back in.
Yeah.
$40-15.
So now Babos with a couple of game points for a 5-3 lead. Significant moment right here. Really gusting up. Serve. She's overcooked it again, Barty. So Babos a game away now from the semi-finals. She leads at 5 games to 3. So is there a way back here for Ash Barty? Well, we're going to see the top 2 women's seeds knocked out.
That's Bojana's team there. So coaches from Western Australia. And they'd be feeling pretty happy right now. This could be a very big upset on the cards.
Retrieve from
15 love.
Babos to get it deep into that forehand corner, but gee, the shot to follow was a beauty.
Yeah, well, ideally for Barty now, she'd just love to rattle off a few points here, take this game easily.
30 love.
So she started very well. Just again, the depth of that stroke. Something she's really been working on, obviously.
40 love.
Keep more of the same. Simple service action.
Yeah, not much can go wrong with that.
Game Barty.
Quick game from Ash Barty. Blink and you'd miss that.
Babos leads 5 games to 4.
Stays alive. Not done yet. But Babos with, well, the game in her hands on her serve to win a spot in the semi-finals of this year's wildcard playoff.
It'd be disappointing if she didn't win this.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park on a very warm Thursday afternoon. Very muggy conditions for the players, and the top name there, the 5th seed from WA, Diana Babosic, is one service game away from making it the semi-finals and ousting the number 2 seed Ash Barty. Should be feeling a little bit the nerves, Adrian.
Yes.
To close this out.
First point, massive.
Can't get there. Drop shot used to perfection.
Love 15.
She was a bit lucky, I think. This return, that dropped short.
This was a good retrieve here.
Yeah. Smart play. Smart play here by Barty.
She was just on the run constantly, wasn't she?
Exactly. Great replay there as well.
It showed the amount of running that Diana had to do.
Alright, so there's a little opening here. Second serve. Barty, she's taking the first point.
She's overcooked the forehand.
Love 30.
That previous point, just the movement, and then she tried to go for the
Oh no, I've got to
not again.
That's what she needed, a good first serve.
15-30.
I think again Barty perhaps just overcooked it. She was right there, it was in the hitting zone. She's just gone for depth. And she just needs to roll that one into the backhand and just get into the rally.
Shanked it.
30 all.
So now Babos will be opening. She's got 2 big first serves. Nervous time for her. Knowing she's so close. Girl on screen there's certainly got the composure and the temperament to just focus on the next point.
absolute
30,
tension
40.
in that serve there. She dropped on it completely. And you can see the stress on her face, can't you? She's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Well, there was tension on the Barty. That missed shot beforehand as well. So both girls right here, they know a semi-final position is up for grabs. Look at a second serve. What do you reckon? Will she move forward and go for the winner?
It sits up, but you reckon she'll go for it? Yeah. It's a bad serve, actually. Oh, just wide. It was
Yes.
perfectly there, and she plays that forehand so well, Barty. It's a typical Barty sort of forehand here. Or go to the next shot when it comes up. As we work our way through this rally. Right here, it's set up. Hold the wrists over, but not enough.
Just a few unforced errors creeping into the Barty game over the past few games. You mentioned that she's been overplaying it. She's getting to every ball at the moment. Nothing's passing her, but back to juice now. What a game.
Yeah, Diana got the first serve she needed. And now sets up a match
Advantage,
point.
Babos.
And that was on the previous point. Barty just, again, allowing the frustration to creep in.
Basically thinking I've got one more killer serve up my sleeve. She went into the backhand side, looping sort of second serve last time. And Babos
Game, set
does
a
it.
match, Babos.
What a
Two sets
victory
to one,
for the young
3-6,
girl from WA.
6-3, 6-4.
Who knocks out the number 2 seed in Ash Barty and makes it through to the semi-finals of this year's wildcard playoff. She held her nerve. And you can hear the elation. A significant win for her. She works her way deeper in this tournament. There's the scoreline. Lost the first set 6-3, but stormed back 6-3, 6-4 as we take you through some highlights which are coming up this match. And it was a really good struggle, wasn't it? Ash Barty got on top early, but to come back from a set down is the test of any player.
Yeah, that's a big, big result, but absolutely full credit needs to go to Bojana Babos as we see highlights of this set. Wow, Barty's just stormed off the court there, so she won't be happy with that. But Bojana Babos, she gets into the semi-finals, and the draw opens up for her as well. She'll know she's got Rodionova in the semi-finals. Absolutely a winnable match for her. I think just the unforced errors crept into the Barty game. She was hitting winners, but Babos, she stayed strong, she was consistent, and when the moment came, she took it.
And she had to hold her nerve late in the third set. And she did that extremely well. There was some good highlights from both players, because when Barty's got that forehand going, it's a delight to watch. There's some good long rallies. Both players trying to get in to the net as much as they could, but for a lot of it anchored to the baseline. And this is a big victory for Bojana Babos from WA, of course. She came in here ranked 333 in the world. And That last shot out. Absolute delight for the young girl from WA. Can't wipe the smile off her face. Peter Mercado.
Absolutely not, and understandably so. Let's start off with that last game first. And you were down, and Ash was pushing. What were you thinking about the love 30 mark?
I was just trying to go 1 point at a time. There was a couple of games I was actually down, love 30 and love 40, managed to get back to juice. So I knew like I could still get back in the game, and just 1 point at a time.
I noticed there as you were packing up that you had a notebook and a pen set up. Do you write notes during the match, and what will you write out of today's match?
I just did a couple of goals before I go out there, just to keep me focused and try and stay in the moment. So I just refer to it if my mind starts to wander a little bit. But yeah, no, it's just something that I've been working on.
Yeah, Ash played really tough in that first set. She ended up taking it out. You're able to turn it around. So her game started to drop off a little bit. Yours started to rise. You got your first serve going. Everything seemed to click.
Yeah, no, like you said, she played pretty solid in that first set and serving really well, and I just couldn't get that break. And it's always hard when, you know, you're serving at like 3-4 or 2-3. But like I tried to just stay with my game, and I knew like it was still really close, even though the first set was 6-3, and I managed to, you know, break in the second, and I think the momentum swung there.
Let's look ahead now. Arena Rodionova next. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, no, it'd be good. Another tough competitor. Had a close one with her a few weeks ago in Traralgon, and I went down. But no, look, it's just another match going into the summer, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, you should be too. Well done today. Great performance by you. Go in and cool off a little bit. You've done really well.
Right.
Thanks.
I will, thanks.
Thanks, Pete. Nice work there on our feature court. Very elated by Anna Babosik, but a very frustrated Ash Barty. A missed opportunity for the number 2 seed who left the court just a couple of moments ago. Didn't want to hang around too long. Straight to the locker room and just contemplating on her way out. A missed opportunity after she, of course, won this event last year. Next match is going to get underway pretty quickly as Peter Mercado is going to welcome the 2 players.
Yeah, Monique, we're here again. I noticed you were preparing near our commentary area before. Give you a good chance to have a look at the previous match, just to relax rather than stay in the locker room?
I was keeping a watch of the score in the locker room, and I just came out to warm up towards the end of the third set, but I wasn't listening to what you guys were saying, sorry.
Maybe a good thing. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
And Victoria, not too far away as well. Welcome, Victoria. Looking forward to this match. Had a pretty good match in your opening round. Another step up here today?
Yes, of course. You're always looking forward to these matches here. But hopefully I could perform as well as I did a couple of days ago. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. With the 2 players, Monique Adamszczak and Victoria Rasic, number 3, number 7 seeds, are about to go head-to-head for a spot in the semi-finals. This is the other side of the draw. And the winner of this match, about to come your way, will take on the winner of our final match a little bit later on, which will be Priscilla Hon from Queensland, the 14-year-old, taking on the number 6 seed in Tammy Patterson.
Yeah, well, if the draw wasn't opened up already for this half, the fact that Barty's just lost, the whole draw is completely open now. Every player that steps on the court will now know they can make it through to the final, they can take this out.
Exactly right. And that's going into this week, we look at the draw and we think, yeah, look, Olivia and Ash on paper and for where they're at in their tennis career, going back 12 months ago to the final, you expect them to go deep, and we expected Sam Groth to go deep. Hasn't been the case, but that's, you know, knockout tennis. You've got to bring your best on the day itself. Reputations mean nothing.
Absolutely, and you can feel the pressure out there as well. And I think it's always the players that can deal with that pressure. And I think in that previous one, Bojana Babosik, she just dealt with it that little bit better. So a bit of an upset, but she'll almost be one of the favourites now, I think, Babosik.
Yeah, very solid game.
Just a reminder about the ball kicks, so just give them a chance to clear the ball before you hit your first and second serve. Okay, any questions? No? Monique, would you like to call? Heads? It's tails. Serve? Okay, good luck.
So Victoria Rasic is going to serve first as the 2 players will warm up. Sunshine at least has gone away, that biting sun. Even though it's still fairly muggy outside.
Yeah, it's just the humidity, isn't it?
Yep. A little bit of that cloud cover making it just a little bit more pleasant for the competitors. Hashtag AO Playoff to have a chat to us here on our live stream. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you might be watching on tennis.com.au and on our YouTube channel.
It's another interesting contest to come up now. The 3rd seed, Monique Adamszczak, against the 7th seed, Victoria Rajasic. I think, again, both players will feel pretty confident going into this one, and they know it's a winnable match.
Yes, Monique Adamszczak, been around a long time, jumped on the Pro Tour around the year 2000, so I think she's had about 12 attempts and got into 3 Australian Open main draws in her time, so it just goes to show how tough it can be to make the final field of a Grand Slam.
Yeah, she played Victoria as well in February, and she went down in that one. So she needs to perform today.
Yeah, in that first round match, Adrian, it was the sort of really experienced Adamszczak taking on Abby Myers, who we're going to see a lot more of down the track, a young girl from New South Wales, who really took it to Monique in that second set, stretched her a bit, and obviously she was able to steady and close it out in straight, but this is a real opportunity for her, and you know, heading towards the back end of her career to try and make it to a Grand Slam and some guaranteed prize money to help her on her way. And Victoria Rajasic, of course, from Melbourne, in comfortable surrounds at 18 years of age. She's the 7th seed here. And, her ranking coming in just outside the top 400 in women's tennis, and had a good win over Lizette Cabrera in the opening round. 6-1, 6-3 over Cabrera, only 14 years of age and just starting out.
Yeah, no, I think Victoria certainly has some promise. She's done a lot of work here at Melbourne Park over the past few years. Still only 18, so as we've seen, I suppose, with Marenko Matosevic, you don't have to be 17, 18, 19 to be in the top 20. You've got plenty of time up your sleeve, so she hits the ball well. She's an aggressive player, which I think you really need to be in modern day tennis. So fairly even matchup.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be that. The two players will warm up. We will bring you this game next and any other news happening around Melbourne Park right here on tennis.com.au.
This is the crowning achievement for my whole career to have this be the latest day.
If I've done it once, maybe I can do it twice. Why not?
You know that when you go out there and hope to be the champion at the end of the day.
Played a lot of the Australian Opens, and I've seen it change a bit over the years, and it's been a great tournament for me.
Shoot, I love you guys out here. Like, it's the best I've ever played any tournament in my whole life.
We're going to end up with the best facilities in the world for Grand Slam tennis.
Sports great modern day rivalries produces yet another epic clash. Victoria Azarenka fulfills the dream. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne for the 3rd time. That was simply extraordinary.
Good morning, everybody. You're one of the best players ever. You are one of the most respected guys on the tour. We made a history tonight.
That's pretty good.
Yes, a great moment. The future stars of tennis taking part in the Hot Shots program. Very popular here at Melbourne Park and right across Australia at the various tennis centres. So third of the women's quarterfinals about to get underway. It's Victoria Rajicic who's going to be serving first.
First set, Victoria Rajicic to serve.
Up against Monique Adamszczak.
15 left.
So one semi-final decided. Arena Rodionova, Bojana Babos, they are through. Now Barty is out. The number 2 seed. As the upsets continue. Certainly in terms of seeds.
15 all. Ah! 30-15. All. $40-30.
It's a nice serve right into the body there of Adamszczak. It's always important to hold your opening service game.
Yes.
And just as you say that, Victoria throws into double fault.
Advantage, Adamszczak.
It's declared good. Very close to that line.
Yes.
It's a tough opening service game here. Victoria looking to get an early jump, but Monique Adamszczak very keen to break.
Advantage, Adamszczak.
Another break point opportunity here. The sun is certainly gone down.
Game, Adamszczak. First game.
Early break for Monique Adamszczak. That's a good result. You're in the third of the women's quarterfinals. So a relief here for the players that they're not having that scorching sun on their back, but still fairly muggy conditions here at Melbourne Park. Hashtag AO Playoff if you'd like to have a chat to us here on Twitter. Of course, tomorrow we'll feature the men, and as you can see, the hot conditions affecting all the ball boy and ball girls, the Lions people. So we look to come down to Melbourne Park. Men's semis tomorrow. The women's semis will be on Saturday. And both
Monique
finals
Adamszczak will serve.
will be played on Sunday. All live here on tennis.com.au. Serve right into the corner. Took out our cameraman. Hope he's okay. Took it low. Cooking that
30
forehand. It's a real opportunity here for Adamszczak to jump out to a 2-love lead. Adam Feeney with us, who unfortunately got knocked out yesterday. Played a great match against Ben Mitchell and got injured late in that game. Adam, I've seen you jumped on Twitter here. You might like to let us know how you are physically. If there's any injury there, but wishing all the guys the best of luck for the rest of the AO Wildcard playoff. May the best man win.
40 though.
It's certainly opened up on both sides of the draw.
Game,
with the backhand, so 2 love
Adamszczak
now.
leads.
Monique
2
Adamszczak
games to love.
in this opening set. Just lifting it ever so slightly. It was just a regulation backhand.
Thanks, ball boy, in the next to the fence.
So the experience of Adamszczak here at 27. She's been around for the last 2 or 3 years now, at 18.
No. 15 love. Thirty love. $40 love.
So this is better from Rosic. She needed just a good service game to get her into the game, a bit of confidence. One down looks feels better than 3 love. Just you know you're back in the game and a chance possibly to break and get it back all square. Oh,
40-15.
Missed by Victoria.
Game, Rajic.
So Rosic holds
Adamszczak
serve.
leads 2 games to 1.
Still Monique Adamszczak in front here with a break after 3 games. So plenty of keen support in the stands, coaches and spectators. Family and friends are all here to watch all the action at Melbourne Park. As we bring you back live to Melbourne Park, a trophy tour. Heading towards Melbourne for the Australian Open. Nicely done by Adamszczak. He's fatigue all round at certain times of the day. Commentators, production staff, our great cameramen, just their powers of concentration doing a mighty job. Oh, it's healthy banter in here.
15 all.
Drop sandwiches today, with spillages. Everything's been happening.
$30-15.
Well, Adamszczak not wanting to lose the advantage he's had at the start of this match.
$40-15.
It's a real opportunity to go 3-1 up here. She'll fancy her chances in the draw this week, Monique Adamszczak. Third seed behind it, Olivia Rogoska, who came in ranked just outside the top 100. Ash Barty, who came in only 18 ranking spots ahead of Adamszczak, who's inside the top 200. But back into the year. And she's come up with a double fault, still with a game point up her sleeve.
Game, Adamszczak.
So Adamszczak does hold 3-1. Now in the opening set.
Adamszczak leads 3-1.
Lee Rogers on Twitter with us. Rogoska now Barty out of the playoff. A few shock results. I'm tipping Rodionova to get the win. Well, she did play first up today and super impressive arena where she had a couple of deficits in both sets and was able to come from behind and hold her nerve. So, yeah, she's as good a chance as anyone, Lee, because this draw has certainly opened up. There's Peter Mercado steps back in.
Hello.
Just been outside, Pete. There's an update on the weather after this point.
Love, 15.
Yeah, it's still quite warm out there. Just the cloud cover is helping though. Still quite breezy. It's not as bad as actually what it was a couple of hours ago. But it is still there. The breeze has dropped slightly, but still quite warm for the players. Going to be humid, I think, for the next couple of days.
$15 all.
Hey, what a good start though for Monique Adamszczak here. Couldn't pick up that volley to get that early break after a bit of an arm wrestle in the opening game.
30-15.
Floating wide.
Had the line open and available. Just couldn't finish it off. Good hustle by Adamszczak all around the court. And there was that space. Just sort of jumped on Rodionova a bit there. The position of the serve really important there. And now break point, game point I should say. Right, just to get this back to 3-2.
Game, Rodionova.
And holds.
Adamszczak leads 3 games to 2.
Still with the break in this opening set, 3 games to 2. Adamszczak, as we saw in the profile at the start of this match, 27 years of age, has got some Australian Open experience. And I mentioned the walk-ons. Was preparing earlier, just near our commentary position, just to the side of the court, and getting ready and watching the match and waiting for the opportunity, getting out of the locker room.
Yeah, you've got to really, unlike a sort of a team sport, you know, you're playing at that time and you start your warm-up at that time and you get yourself to psych yourself to a level that you're ready for a game. It's so different in tennis where you're sitting around not knowing when to, exactly plan your build-up.
15 left.
Just got to be ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely, and factoring things like rain delays as well can also be problematic. It's a bit way too hot, 40 degrees, they don't generally play. So just play that waiting game, and one of the skills can be just to get your mind right. Don't focus on it too much.
The
winner of this match to play the winner of the match coming up next between Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon.
Just give a little word in, there might be a couple of drops of rain around, Pete. Well, it's fairly cloudy now.
Just in the corner,
50.
Nicely dug out. Tim and the spectators under the umbrellas for a completely different reason now. We're expecting a bit of rain to come tomorrow.
Game.
Adamszczak
Adamszczak.
holds 4 games to 2 now in this, the opening
Adamszczak
set.
leads 4 games to 2.
Yeah, just getting the radar up here. There are certainly some showers coming through from the west. Drops of rain around. But, fairly heavy, not too heavy here. Only a couple of light drops at the moment. Hopefully they can avoid Melbourne Park.
On the positive
Low,
side,
15.
though, the weather, because it is so humid, the court will dry out very quickly. Main thing with these plexi-cushion courts is the lines and making sure they're not slippery at all. So I'll take a couple of drops, but not too much.
Let's first
The images we've had over the years on the wildcard playoff of the players and the ball kids and everyone getting the towels out.
All
and
hands
trying
on
to
deck. Yep.
clean up the lines.
Love 30.
Great scrambling work, great defensive work from Adamszczak from the back of the court there. Was way out of position. That ball for Radicic was a beautiful cross-court forehand. And just the net cord getting involved there.
Love 40.
And now 3 more break points for Monique Adamszczak to get to 5 games to 2 in this opening set. Really take a stranglehold of the set.
Fifteen, 40.
Serve. See plenty of loop from both
30,
players.
40.
Very heavy topspin. Forcing that ball to jump up. And still a break point though for Adamszczak. Good fight back here from Radicic.
Use. Advantage, Adamszczak.
So another break point opportunity comes up here. For Monique Adamszczak.
Use.
Back to Juice.
Good jamming serve from Radicic this time. Just holding her nerve here. We've seen some long service games early on in this match.
Advantage.
That's it up nicely. Got into position early.
Yes.
Had the put away there. Just, they may have looked to go back to that forehand volley of Radjic, but then last minute changed direction. Just sort of waiting, that ball kept dropping. That's good fighting from
Advantage,
Radjic.
Radjic.
Well done to get herself back into this. Take a few risks, come into the net.
Yes.
By the barest of margins. Just get a sense, Brett, that this the seventh game, the magical seventh game of the sets.
Yeah, crucial.
To be able to get the momentum, you got to win this game right here.
Advantage. Adamszczak.
Breakpoint opportunity for Monique Adamszczak.
Well done.
Game, Adamszczak.
The ground strokes winning out
Balls,
from Adamszczak.
please.
Another break of serve. 5 games to 2 now in this opening
Leads,
set.
5 games to 2.
So aggressive, Monique Adamszczak here. Back of the court. Beautiful off forehand. Radjic, no chance of getting to that one.
The one man waiting patiently during that long game is going to feature in the semi-finals here tomorrow. He's standing by with Adrian Franklin.
Yeah, exactly right, JP. Thanks for waiting. We were just watching coverage there of that match. Your day off today before the semi-final tomorrow. You had a hit with your coach, Wayne Hanna. What were you working on?
Yeah, not too much. Just kind of get the eye in and just try and get a good little lather going before the match tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Now, Wayne Hanna, he's been with you since the very first time you picked up a racket. That's a very long time. That's quite unusual as well.
Yeah, you could say we go way back, actually. And, he obviously taught me the game and everything, technically right now I have now. So he's been a great asset to have. And, he's down here this week. So it's always good to have someone you really enjoy being around and that knowledge base with you.
So you base yourself over in America for most of the year, but you work with Wayne throughout the year when you're here. Do you speak to him, I suppose, over the phone at all, or how does that relationship work?
Yeah, he at the start he was a little bit technically challenged with his phone. He had like a kind of a brick, but once he got the iPhone, it was much more easy to communicate, especially with texting and those free apps to call such as Skype. So once he got that, we really communicated a lot, obviously through college as well.
So Matt Reid, looking forward to the semi-final as we just cross back to live pictures. You've got him tomorrow. You played him not long ago and you did well, so you take confidence leading into tomorrow?
Yeah, obviously Matt's playing well. He straight sets went over Sale yesterday, so obviously he's hitting the ball quite good. And with this extra dynamic of playing 5 sets, I think it's going to be a really good match tomorrow. And hopefully everyone can tune in and watch it.
15.
Absolutely. So, don't want to look too far ahead, but if you did take the title out, what would your summer look like afterwards?
Well, it would definitely open a lot of doors. But right now I'm just going to take care of this match here and just kind of look at it, set by set, and hopefully I can walk away with a win tomorrow, and then obviously we have to wait to see if I get through and play on Sunday.
15 all.
Well, best of luck, mate. We'll be watching.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, mate. Well done, Adrian, out there with J.P. Smith.
Talking about the technology, the University of Tennessee, we've been seeing plenty of Twitter action whenever JP's matches are on.
Yeah, well,
and they really get behind him.
They do, Pete. Yesterday, he was sort of playing prime time American time.
Yes.
At about sort of 7, 8 o'clock in the evening over there. big contingent behind their man.
Just too deep again from Adamszczak.
Just a natural too, JP.
Yes.
With the camera and speaks very well. Interesting guy.
Like it. My coach was technically challenged.
Old brick mobile phone. Can you believe they existed?
Nothing wrong with them. They did what they were supposed to do, take calls and send messages.
Well, you've only just caught up to the computer this year.
I'll get out of it.
Forty 30.
1-2 punch that time. And it's good not necessarily having to go deep into the court, just create that angle.
Yep.
The
Set
ball
point.
moving away the whole time. Yep, you're right. Set point now for Monique Adamszczak.
Not putting it beautifully. There is the opening set. 6 games to 2
Six
for Monique
games to 2.
Adamszczak. More experienced opponent out here on our feature court.
Pulls that in, mate.
Set up nicely
Pulls back down there.
for her to go back in the same direction on that forehand.
Yeah, a bit more pleasant for the players. Still quite warm, but no sun. But Adamszczak, right from that arm wrestle in the very first game, just seems to be in control of this one.
Yeah, there's some bad weather, Pete, but it's sort of heading below Melbourne, if you know the sort of Melbourne Victorian geography, sort of around the Geelong area, down through sort of Port Phillip Bay, down towards the Mornington Peninsula, so we might just get some little drops here and there as we take a look at some of the highlights of the opening set.
And it was the depth of shot from Monique Adamszczak that was the real difference between the pair
she got the
in this
breaker
opening
serve
set.
early, 2-love up, and Victoria was chasing her tail.
Just kept rolling from there. Although Rodionova did well a couple of times. She's been pressed in games and fought back, particularly on her serve. But just trying to match the power, and there's a nice little inside out forehand. Plenty for the highlight reel in this match. Plenty of winners from both players. This one off the tape and then into the net from Rodionova, and a beautiful forehand up the line from Adamszczak. Really stepped into it. And then to finish it all off, beautiful off forehand into the open court, and she really did earn that 6-2 opening set.
Second set, Barty to serve. Love 15. all. 30-15.
Needs to hold serve here in this opening game just to give her a bit of confidence. Work her way back. That's going to be, I reckon, really like she was at the start of the match.
Oh, idea from Adamszczak is that that ball again ballooning up, and Rajic had all the time in the world. Perfect. And that would be, if you were preparing tactics for this match, that would be where you would aim for and where you would head. Add to that Rajic backhand. Just kept peppering in the depth of shot. Always thinking of that short reply. No time to run around onto it. 30 all.
(40-30). Let's first up. Again, Rajic.
Again going that drop shot. It's just not going to work on this
First
type of
game,
court.
second set.
Rajic very quick around the court. She holds one game to love in this second set. So, spectators hanging around for this match. People who have been following the fortunes of Ash Barty earlier today.
Yeah, Bids Lenny jumping on the Twitter. What will TA and the Australian Open do with wildcards now that 3 of the top seeds are out of the AO playoff? Which poses an interesting question. So we'll get the wildcards. Yeah. So we know that there are some players who might win here that might receive wildcards. That's the discretion of Tennis Australia.
Some folks may have to qualify as well.
Well, a lot of these players, yeah, are going to cutthroat qualifying matches in the 4 days leading up to the Australian Open. How many we got, Pete, apart from the 2 winners here?
Well,
how many more have we got?
15 off.
There is the Asian wildcard, which has already been run and won. There is the reciprocals with the French and the US.
Yep.
(30-15).
I've got a feeling 8.
Okay. There's another 3 or 4 there.
Okay, so a double fault here from Adamszczak. Just needs to continue the focus. And there was some intent right there.
40-30.
We're going to hit that as a traditional volley. Going the drive volley this time. Into position and just stopping just before she hit. Good balance. Game point.
Yes. No advantage. Adamszczak. Game, Adamszczak.
So good hold for Adamszczak.
One game all, second
all
set.
square in this second set. Important just for Victoria Raggi just to hang on here. In this match, but a couple of loose points here and there. We haven't seen Adamszczak's rate drop much in this match.
Lot 15. All.
Another variation both players have shown here. Top spin back to slice. Coming into the net, a couple of drop shots, varying degrees of success.
Outs. 15-30.
Now that pressure starts to build, knowing that you're behind the 8 ball a little bit in terms of dropping that first set.
Adamszczak here. Break point opportunities.
$30-40.
And so you're doing some numbers work.
Yeah, we're just trying to determine some of these wildcards and where the Australian girls sit, seeing as we've got girls quarter-final action today. I'll run through some names and analyse where they're at in terms of wildcards, in terms of qualifying.
Game, Adamszczak.
So there's the break. 2 games to 1.
Adamszczak leads.
Monique
2 games to 1.
Adamszczak getting the job done in the third of our quarterfinals on our feature court here at Melbourne Park. Don't forget, coming up tomorrow, it'll be men's semi-final day. It's the best of 5 sets here on tennis.com.au.
The best tennis players in the world are coming to the Hyundai Hopman Cup. Are you? All in the brand new state-of-the-art Perth Arena with retractable roof and under-seat air conditioning. Perth ready? Play and book at Ticketek now.
Yes,
are you ready?
Certainly ready. I am ready.
You ready?
Can't come quick
ready.
enough. It's the best 2 weeks of the year, and we love this little entree we get this week as well. We get to see the players, the young Australians up close, Pete. Now, I've just been doing some numbers while the girls are sitting down. Sam Stozer, she'll sneak in.
Yes.
9. Casey Delacqua, 101 in the world, so you would think she's going to get through.
Yes.
So the main draw there. Olivia Rogoska just outside, top 108, so 116.
Yes.
There's the question mark, whether she maybe gets a wild card or whether she goes through qualies. Anastasia Rodionova at 138 in the world. Sasha Jones at 172. Ash Barty, of course, at 176, and she would have maybe thought well, people certainly tipped her to go on and win this week. Particularly with Olivia out. She is out, so whether she has to go through qualifying and get a wild card. Yamila Gaidasova, who we know has got a wild card into Brisbane, trying to get the comeback started. She dipped a long way to 184, and then Monique Adamszczak featuring here at 195. Any thoughts on all that?
Good numbers. It's always difficult to tell. It's a discretionary wild card for a reason. The organisers use their own discretion there. Casey, I think, qualified.
Yep, she'll be right.
Yeah.
$40
So then we started Rogoska down. So there's a couple of names there. Obviously, a couple of names that feature here on our coverage. So wild card there already.
Game. Adamszczak.
So Adamszczak consolidating the breakdown.
Adamszczak
3
leads.
games to
3 games to
1.
1.
Second set.
Very powerful position at the moment.
But it's a good question, obviously, because there are those discretionary wild cards to be handed out, and some of the players in this field might be handed wild cards into qualifying as well if their rankings are not high enough.
Yep.
Outs. 15 left. Second serve. $30. Odds. $40 love. Yeah, Rajic.
So hold there for Rajic.
Adamszczak leads 3 games to 2.
Adamszczak still with the break now, 3 games to 2. So Adamszczak still in control at the moment. Well,
Ready? Play. At Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Guys, we can welcome Maddie Barton, our other semi-finalist. Now, Maddie, I want to ask you quickly about yesterday as well. Now, Nick Kyrgios, obviously, he retired deep in the 5th set. When I spoke to you afterwards, you couldn't believe it. Can you believe it now?
Oh, not really, to be honest. No, I mean, it's just sunken in, you know. I'm in the semis, so I've just got to prepare for tomorrow, and hopefully I can, you know, put on a good show tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see how we go.
All credit does need to go to you because you were playing really well in that match and also in the first round.
15.
One thing I noticed is you're serving huge and your forehand as well. You're flying at the moment, mate. You must feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm playing really good tennis. You know, I've had a couple of good matches, good 5-set matches. My fitness as well is up to scratch, and I'm serving big, got good leg drive happening, and playing big tennis. So hopefully I can play like that tomorrow. You know, keep the form.
As we just have pictures of the match continuing out on centre court, have those two strengths always been there? I suppose your big stroke play, particularly with your forehand and your serve, is that something you've always had?
Yeah, well, since I've been, you know, young, I've developed, you know, a big forehand. I've always loved my forehand, and you know, I've always serve's been a bit sluggish every now and then, just trying to get it consistent. But it's coming along really nicely, you know, and I'm playing big, and that's the way I like to play, and hopefully, yeah, I can keep playing like that tomorrow.
50.
Now, you've got Ben Mitchell in the next round. You've played each other at least once, I know that.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good going into that one? You can take it out, you reckon?
Yeah, he's got me, you know, the past few times. He got me last year in this playoff as well, so this year as well he beat me, so, you know, I'll just have to stick to me and my coach have been talking about it, so we've got a game plan. Hopefully I can stick to it and, you know, execute it, so we'll see how we go.
Do you feel as though you're one match away
40,
from
15.
the final, or do you just not even want to think about it? Because you're in the semi-final, mate. It's big tennis here.
Yeah, well, I'm not thinking about it at all. To be honest, I'm really happy to be in this stage in the semi-finals, and I'm just stoked to be here. And really, I'm playing good tennis. So if I can continue it, I'll be really stoked to. I'm just stoked to be here. So yeah.
So just to finish off, as we continue with live pictures out there, Adamszczak serving. So she took the first set. She's leading 3-2 and now 40-15 with 2 game points. Mate, have you ever thought about the fact that if you make it through, make it to the Australian Open, you may be playing someone like a Federer or a Nadal in the first round? I know it's a scary question, but let's entertain me.
Yeah, no, that'd be awesome. You know, dream come true. I've always dreamt of this moment. You know, playing in the Aussie Open. You know, it's just a great
30.
atmosphere here, and in front of my family and friends, it would just be a dream come true. And look, I've just got to knuckle down tomorrow, and hopefully I can just really perform well tomorrow, I'm going to give it all I've got tomorrow. Just so if it goes deep in the 5th again, I'll be happy to go there. So, look, I'm just really looking forward to tomorrow's experience, and I'll give it my all.
We're loving watching you, mate. Keep those bombs coming down. Thanks for your time today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for that. Cheers, Adrian.
Yeah, we're enjoying it as well. Thanks, Adrian. Changing the commentary here too, with Dave Bidmead stepping into the chair. As Adamszczak holds and goes to a 4-2 lead in the second set.
Yeah, very impressed with Adamszczak's variety so far in this match. Love that single hand backhand and also the slice, the way she can change it up.
Now, I've got some other news. Good timing that you've wandered in here. The Marilla Hobart International, the name's starting to be announced.
You'll be down there, Pete.
Absolutely. Francesca Schiavone, I'll be watching down there as well.
Yeah.
Headlining the Marilla Hobart International. Ranked 35 in the world, has been as high as number 4. Won the French Open, of course.
Of course. Another great single hand backhand. Schiavone.
She is one of a number of Italian players that have made their way to Hobart in recent years. Suache is also there, the number 25 in the world. Serena Castella, had a pretty good year. 4 semi-final results on their way through. But some of the names there, Russia's Vera Zvonareva will also be playing, but in the qualifying draw, former number 2 in the world. So hobartinternational.com.au is the website if you're looking for some of the other names in the draw. No doubt there'll be some Aussies playing down there too. So really good. Francesca Schiavone coming down. Looking forward to that.
Yep, makes for some great tennis.
And no doubt there's always that night session match on the first night. I think she might be in line for one of those.
Love 40.
You love it down there, don't you, Pete?
It is beautiful. If you have the opportunity, if you're travelling around as a tennis fan, or if you're in Tasmania or not in Hobart, get along and have a look at the tennis centre there. It is one of the best views in tennis.
Very picturesque.
15,
described
40.
as Monte Carlo with sheds. A similar sort of view.
I managed to get to Monte Carlo this year. It's pretty nice, so must be pretty good stuff.
That conversation very quickly.
$30, $40.
2 break points saved. Still one more for Adamszczak.
Game, Adamszczak.
So there is another break of serve. Adamszczak now will come out and serve for the match at 5-2 in the second set. Just been too solid from the back of the court today, Monique Adamszczak, and there's another error from the Rodionova racket. The resistance almost gone. Don't forget, coming up after this match, we have Tammy Patterson taking on Priscilla Hon, the 2 unseeded players in the quarterfinal draw. back at Melbourne Park. 5-2 now for Monique Adamszczak, serving for the match.
Love, 15.
It's important here for Adamszczak just to close out the match. Back in the locker room, be all business.
That's right, get a good recovery, get ready for the semi-finals.
Ooh, so just a little wobbly here in this final game.
Can always be hard serving out a match, Pete.
It's the hardest game, really, isn't it?
Certainly is.
To finish it off.
Point by point, just got to block it out of your mind.
Oh, and again, the ball just cutting in to the body. So a couple of break points here for Rodionova all of a sudden. And that up the line, so good work from Rodionova here, not going anywhere. Adamszczak was serving for the match.
Adamszczak leads 5-3.
Encouraging for Rodionova, now just needs to compose herself on her serve.
She did all the right things there, just made Adamszczak play a lot of balls, and she's a little bit tight there perhaps, Adamszczak. And we saw a great finish by Rodionova. The backhand up the line to close out that game.
Serving with new tennis balls, I believe, as well.
Outs. Love 15.
Been tough trying to keep pace with Monique Adamszczak today. Rodionova match from that power from the back of the court. Excellent depth. The timing is coming back together for Rodionova. She's seen plenty of backhands today. That's where Adamszczak's gone for the majority of this match. It's a floating ball as well.
15.
And again, needed to hit through that.
So just a couple of loose errors from Adamszczak his last couple of games. There's a knuckle down here.
40-15.
Remembering too that Adamszczak has another opportunity to serve it out. Next service game should go that far.
Great tennis.
40-30.
Great movement of the ball from Adamszczak. Finishes a fantastic forehand up the line.
Take plenty of heart from that.
Use.
Bit of rain, not too much of an issue at this stage.
It's amazing the conditions now, Pete, to what they were a bit earlier on in the day.
Yes, we've gone from a dry heat to being a humid heat now.
And plus, no wind at the moment, incredibly windy earlier.
Let's pass up.
Adamszczak now just 2 points away from the match. Very strong position, but just needs to finish it off.
Odds. Advantage, Adamszczak.
And now has a match point. Adamszczak has got things back on track late in this game. Get herself to this match point.
Oh, fantastic shot. Great angle.
Yes. That is clutch on match point down.
Gutsy shot to play.
But the good part about that is it starts to put maybe a little doubt in Adamszczak's mind. Say, hey, well, Rachel's going to go for a shot here. She's not holding back. I've got to go and win this.
She's coming around the ball. It's fantastic.
Advantage, Racic.
Well, she's hanging in there, Racic. Some pretty solid hitting, not going away.
Good fighting from Victoria Racic, saving a match point, holding serve, but Monique Adamszczak will be coming back out to again try and serve for this match at 5-4 in the second set. So if you're Monique Adamszczak and you're coming out to serve for the match again, having dropped your serve, do you feel maybe that extra bit nervous?
You definitely do, but she's just got to stay relaxed. Concentrate on her first serve, make a high first serve percentage. I think just one of these first 2 points, she must get one of these first 2 points, especially, well, ideally the first point. But yeah, we saw a few loose errors last time, so maybe she was a little bit tight. I think you learn from it. If you get a second go at it, generally, and you can learn from the first experience in a match and knuckle down here.
15 love.
A good first serve to start the game. 15 love.
All right, she's just going to still continue to go for a shot. She has to.
Yep, keep applying the pressure to Adamszczak.
Left, second serve. Love.
Great second serve from Adamszczak, very deep, getting the back of the line there. She's looking a bit more positive this time round, serving for the match.
So now has 3 match points. Great way to finish it. Monique Adamszczak is through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. 6-2, 6-4 over Victoria Rocic, and she'll play the winner of Tammy Patterson or Priscilla Hon in the semi-finals coming up in a couple of days' time. So as we take a look at the highlights of the match, and Dave, it was a good performance, a solid performance from Adamszczak. Just a little wobble towards the end, but getting the job done over Victoria Rocic.
Yeah, well, she used a lot of variety, and I like how she used that slice just to get the ball that she wants and is able to run around and hit some big forehands. But just slightly too many errors coming from the racket of Rocic. So really good performance from Adamszczak, and she should be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, it was, and just so solid from the back of the court. And Rocic, I think, was trying to match that power for a lot of it. That was a beautiful pick-up of the rallies of the match. But really worked her way into that second set, was down at the 5-2 mark again, and just fought hard, kept fighting, playing out every single point, and making Adamszczak really have to work at the end. Just some variation, nice slice to topspin. Both girls hit with pretty heavy topspin. See that ball dug out by Rocic. And started to put the pressure on by coming to the nets, but in the end it was Adamszczak who got the win. 6-2, 6-4. She'll be pretty pleased to be heading off to the locker room. A winner, Adrian Franklin.
I think she is, and very relieved as well. The commentators were saying you played really consistently out there. Was that a bit of a thought that you had coming into the match?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vic has a very big game, big forehand, and she can be really tricky. So I knew I had to keep her back, keep her on the baseline, and just play really consistent and put her under pressure.
It's really humid out there, but the conditions sort of changed throughout the afternoon. Did that happen throughout your match, or the cloud cover was over most of the time?
Yeah, it was over most of the time, but it was definitely really humid, and the wind picked up a little bit in between to both of those sets, so it was a little tricky at times. But yeah, I think I played pretty well today, so I'm pretty happy.
Do you feel that the draw is quite open? Obviously, Ash Barty lost in the earlier match. You'll play the winner of the next match between Priscilla Hon and Tammy Patterson. It's quite an open draw.
I mean, yeah, if you look at the both top 1 and 2 seeds going out, but I still think, there's a lot of girls that are playing really well. We've got a lot of juniors coming up, and yeah, each match is going to be really tough no matter who comes through.
Do you have a coach that's here with you, watching on and working with you at the moment?
Yeah, I've been working with Liam Smith back in New South Wales, and he's here for the teams, and he's been helping me out with this week, and also Lou Plemming and Nicole Pratt. So yeah, it's been great having some support.
Awesome. What will you do for the rest of the afternoon now?
Oh, just chill out. Yeah, get in the air conditioning. Yeah.
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you for the semi-finals.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much to Monique Adamszczak. Oh, the choppers flying all over the shop here. Hopefully that won't bring rain, although the umbrellas are up for an entirely different reason now. 6-2, 6-4 the final score here for Monique Adamszczak, and good performance from her. So seed 3, 4 and 5, they are through to the semi-finals. And we have one more semi-final to be decided. It's Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon. The players will be out on court in just a moment here on tennis.com.au.
Welcome back, guys. We have Priscilla Hon, who is our first competitor here on the court. Priscilla, what did you do today? You said you just had a sleep in. Hopefully you didn't sleep in too long.
Yeah, I had a sleep in this morning, and then I came into tennis, hit at about 1 o'clock, and then just had something to eat and just got ready for my match. Yep.
Play well.
Thanks.
Thank you. As we can welcome Tammy Patterson, Priscilla's opponent. Tammy, hi, how are you?
Good, I'm good, yeah.
Good. Feeling confident about today?
Yeah, I am. I've been playing well the last couple of weeks, so just hopefully I'll bring it into this match.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. It's the rain it's circling the grey clouds. What a team. What a team we have. My goodness me. They've obviously got not a lot to do back there.
No, I don't think so.
Throwing in the thunder in the background for dramatic effect. Oh, bravo.
It's not that bad, viewers.
Yes.
That actually didn't happen.
If you are watching, no, we're not surrounded by thunderstorms at the moment.
Not yet.
That's just our team having a bit of fun, which is good. So this match, 14 years of age, Priscilla Hon, really looking forward to seeing what she brings to the table here in this match against Tammy Patterson.
Yeah, well, what an incredible effort in that first round to be a set and 4-love down against Sally Pearce and then come back and win that match, and that shows incredible potential and obviously plenty of talent.
Oh, no doubt. And
okay, I'll be calling them in. Any questions? Heads or tails? Tails. Serve? Okay, have a good one.
Priscilla Hon will serve first after winning the toss. Yeah, it's an exciting moment. But Tammy Patterson was so strong against Olivia Rogoska in the opening round, so powerful, and just the difference in power between the two players might be a factor.
I think so. Well, she's such a big hitter, Patterson, and a very clean hitter of the ball. When she's on, she can just about beat anyone, and that's what we saw the other day when she played Olivia Rogoska. And I think these conditions, now that it's actually calmed down a bit, the wind, it's going to suit her even more because she hits the ball quite flat, and it's definitely going to help her with a bit more predictability about where the ball's going.
Oh, no doubt. And I should be feeling pretty confident of that result there. 7-6, 6-3. Well, Tammy was all over the screen there.
She's everywhere.
But that result, that result there.
As the weather gets worse,
they've got nothing to do. They really don't. And Priscilla Hon on your screen there as well. 4-6. She dropped that first set, was down 4-1 in the second, and turned things around against Sally Pearce, taking that 7 points to 2, and then 6-3 the final set. So big win, one of the biggest wins of her career, and there's a couple of things here. We'll take plenty of confidence out of it, but no doubt be nervous knowing that she's into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, every match for her in this playoff is huge. So this one is again bigger than the last, and it's a great experience for her. She's so young, so these matches be great for her development, and it'll be interesting to see how she handles it. Obviously, handled the other match against Sally Pearce in round 1 very well.
Well, and also knows she can get herself out of a tough position too. That's great confidence to have as well.
It's a great ability as well, yeah, to have that fighting aspect in your game. Obviously shows a great mental strength at such a young age.
So we're not too far away from a start. That's
2 minutes.
The final serves. Best of 3 sets. Looking forward to semi-final day tomorrow. We'll give you the order of play for the semi-finals, hopefully before we finish off today. We'll be back with the start of this match in just a few moments.
You know, it's so many ways that you see greatness.
The way you show up on a tennis court, what you bring to the game, you leave it better off, I guess. That's kind of how I define greatness.
One of the things in greatness is realizing your potential. So having a lot of talent and maximizing it, I think that's greatness. I think guts under pressure is greatness. I think beauty on the court is greatness.
And I think you have to know yourself and know the competition that you're playing and being able to excel at the right times in the game.
There's so many different ways to to define that and appreciate what happens within the confines of an athletic field. There's so many ways that people reveal themselves to us as the fans in those situations of extreme pressure.
And that's the reply.
Results, the way you get those results, longevity at the top, excellence under pressure, and I think the way you represent the sport. I think that's the way you really look at the type of players and regard them over a long period of time as to how great they've been for our game.
Time.
And back here at Melbourne Park, our final quarter-final. Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon about to get underway.
And doesn't it give you goosebumps watching that kind of stuff, Pete?
Oh, yes. What defines greatness? It's a good question.
Tell me, if you won the Australian Open, would you jump in the Yarra?
No.
Like Jim Courier did?
No.
No?
A little local knowledge goes a long, long way.
So
Enjoyed the conversation too. Hashtag AO playoff. I'm sure they probably were trying as he was running towards it. So maybe not such a good idea.
Yes.
Did it anyway. Survived.
Hashtag AO playoff. What would you do if you won the Australian Open? How would you celebrate? Would you jump in the Yarra like Jim Courier did back in the day? Don't think so.
No.
First set, Priscilla Hon to serve.
Priscilla
Ready?
Hon to serve as we get underway in the last of our quarterfinals.
Thank you. Love
Yeah,
15.
a little bit of nervous energy early stages for Hon.
Love 30.
What I was really impressed about with Tammy Patterson in her first round win was she plays with a lot of power, but her ability to harness that power, and she took a bit off at times and just played a bit more consistent in picking the right ball. Very strong
40.
return from Patterson.
Oh yeah, that power game really does come into its own here. Pair, don't imagine would have played each other.
Game Patterson.
So the early break.
First game.
And Priscilla Hon getting a good cider of the power that Tammy Patterson possesses.
Yeah, a couple of great returns from Patterson there.
Again, they take that sit down. Not required.
That was a pretty quick game too, so perhaps it's just
Tammy
in a player's
Patterson
routine these
It
days.
is.
I think, Pete.
Love. Love.
Plenty of power out wide there.
Great first serve from Patterson there.
$30-15. Net, first serve.
We are hearing, Dave, that there is some rain on the way.
It's not what the players need.
40,
serving.
15.
So I think Patterson's on a mission here to try and get this done as quickly as possible. But for Priscilla Hon, just an opportunity, just getting a good sider at the serves and the what's coming towards her. Just try and get racket to some of these. Get into some rallies.
Net for serve.
Yeah, that's right. I think the first thing is she's going to make Patterson play. Make as many of these returns as she can. Get herself in the rally.
Game Patterson.
Great jamming serve from Patterson there.
Yeah,
Patterson
so two quite
leads
comfortable
2
games
games
for
to
Patterson
love.
here. The skyline very different, as you said, Dave, to what it was like at the start of the day. Bright sunshine. In fact, the first overcast conditions we've had all week.
Yeah, it's been amazing weather. But yeah, I've been working my tan actually, Pete. We haven't been in the commentary box. But as you can see now,
15 love.
getting a bit dark out there.
Oh! 15 all. Nets for serve.
Might be an escort chopper for Craig Willis. Certainly don't think it's his.
Maybe filming an episode for the Flying Doctors. There's some memories there. It's coming back. It's on air. It's not sure actually.
15-30.
We see the power from Patterson. Great deep return. Sets up nicely for this one. Gives herself some space away from the ball and moves up to it. Gets a body weight behind it.
That's
30
better
all.
from Hon. Just getting into the rallies now. 3, 4, 5, 6 shot rallies.
That's what she needs. Keep the ball deep as well. You know, anything short or mid-court, the Patterson's just going to really step in and crunch.
Great shot. There we go.
40-30.
Confidence boosting forehand from Hon. Great if she can get on the scoreboard here. Try and settle herself into this match.
Deuce.
But again, it's attacking, so the intent, absolutely, intent is there. Let's have a look at some of the variation. Maybe just try and change it up a little bit, try and upset the rhythm of Patterson. And trying to hit each other off the court.
Yeah, it's positive hitting, and that's a good sign for Hon.
Advantage, Hon.
Great depth again. So these nerves have settled a bit. Great shape on the ball there. A bit more loop, more height. Dipping nice and deep into the court.
Game point. That's nicely done.
Game
So
on.
that will lift her confidence.
Patterson leads 2 games
Patterson
to
with
1.
the break, 2 games to 1 in this opening sets.
for what you do not understand. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Ready? Play. At Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Good Christmas present, Dave. The tickets to the Australian Open.
Yep.
Or gift
Definitely.
vouchers if you person.
Is that what you want,
Sure.
Pete?
Oh,
It's on your Christmas list.
wouldn't say no.
No?
I'm going to present a Christmas present. It
See
wouldn't
what I
be too
can do.
shabby.
That'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
I'm probably going to be here anyway, but I can re-gift.
Love
Now,
15.
it looks like Priscilla Hon has settled into the rhythm of this match now.
Excellent
that's-
return.
No signs of nerves here. Knows the sort of game she's looking at now.
Net for serve.
Great serve
15 all.
from Patterson. Something we haven't discussed is, I guess, mentally Patterson going into a first round match against Rodionova. No pressure. Just go out there and swing. And obviously now this match against Priscilla Hon. Probably expected to win. A lot more pressure on her. So really a different situation that she's in.
One of the things that should be relying
15,
on,
30.
not solely relying on, but be looking at is the fact that Priscilla Hon will be inconsistent at times. The game will drop away. There'll be a loose shot here and there. Just to remain solid, to keep playing. And even though she's got this power game,
15-40.
maybe a bit more variation, just change things up, because Priscilla Hon will be no doubt have been training and her hitting partners that would be hitting to her at this pace.
Yep.
So break points to get it back to 2-all.
Nets for serve.
And there it is.
Game on.
So we're back all
2 games
square,
all.
2 games all.
Well, some great hitting from Hon. We saw some really excellent deep returns. Another one there to help get the break. Just been able to get a hold of Patterson's serve. But she's managed to settle into this match after a nervous start in the first couple of games.
$15 love.
Oh, great finish off the ground, coming forward.
30 love.
That's very impressive. Just terrific balance there.
Net, second serve. $40 love.
A different complexion to this match totally.
Yep, she's looking pretty good, Hon. A few loose ones from Patterson.
40-15.
If there's ever a time to do that, it's probably the opportunity.
Yeah, 40 love. That one, the ball toss, just a little bit too low. I reckon 40 love, go for the second serve ace.
We can afford to put a bit more on it.
Maybe when you're 5 love, 40 love.
Oh,
Game
terrific
hold.
dig outs on holds. We're on serve.
leads,
3 games
three
to
games
2
to
in this
two.
opening set. The last of our quarterfinal matches here at Melbourne Park. Semi-final day coming up tomorrow on tennis.com.au.
The best tennis players in the world are coming for the APIA International Sydney. Are you? See them battle for one of the world's most prestigious titles in one of Sydney's premier sporting events. Sydney ready? Play and book at Ticketek now.
Loving watching some of the matches from the vaults, the AO vaults. Priscilla Horton, opportunity here, 3 games to 2. Pouring back the ground she lost early on.
Yeah, she's played a great last 3 games. 2 love down to start this match, but really settled in nicely now. Playing with a lot of confidence.
Fault. Out. Love 15.
Very tight call here. Close.
Ow! 15 all.
One of your favourite serves, Pete. The body jam. Cramming Hon on that return.
And the crowd goes wild. Double faults, so the pressure on Patterson here.
15-30.
I'll be a little concerned with the Hon game now that it's up and running.
All.
I can tell you that the wind has picked up dramatically here. I think the rain is
on its way.
going to be on our doorstep very, very quickly. It is very blustery now.
Oh! 40-30.
There's a shot of what's coming our way. There's a little bit of protection from the wind in that Patterson's serving from. Not much.
Deuce. Advantage, Patterson.
Good serving from Patterson, just taking a bit off it. Tough in these conditions all of a sudden. Blowing the gale out there. The wind affecting the ball toss for Patterson. Is there a thunderstorm on the way, or has Armageddon arrived? Let's see how much it's blowing out there.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to throw this ball up.
Second serve. Tammy stops again for about the 5th time.
Fortunately, you got it.
That's good from the umpire. There's no delay of game warning there.
That's
oh, we're going to do it all again. It's probably the worst possible result there for everyone.
Deuce.
Great shot from Hon. Stepping in on this backhand. The wind's drifting that way as well, and she uses that to her advantage.
Advantage Hon.
Oh, and now a breakpoint opportunity.
Deuce.
And Hon just lets Patterson off the hook there, pulling up on that return. The wind is incredibly hard to deal with right now for both players.
Advantage Patterson.
Oh, the wind taking that one.
Deuce.
It's very, very difficult conditions now for the players. It's 34 degrees in Melbourne still.
Advantage Hon.
We see again on that shot there, that error. The wind playing another factor, just keeps on moving. The ball moving away from Patterson.
That's out two, so a break for Hon. With the rain coming, any advantage at this stage is a good one. There's a shot of the radar. It's not looking good. There's a band of thunderstorms you can see there make its way across.
It's a little bit of red and yellow. That's the colour we don't want to see on that radar.
No. Just can't afford to let any ball drift. Can't afford to get that slice, use the slice, just because the wind's taking you when it's so unpredictable.
Better returns from Patterson. Going for as much. It's amazing the changing conditions we've had here, Pete. We probably had perfect conditions at the start of the match. Still warm, overcast, no wind at all. And now it is absolutely blowing a gale out there.
30-15.
What it does is, because the wind is just working wonders for Priscilla Hon, just adding an extra a couple of Ks to her serve. She is serving with the breeze. That has coincided with her comeback, actually, in these conditions. Perhaps a bit more suited to them. Very rare to, rarely do players say, "Oh, I actually don't mind the wind, I don't mind the rain."
Yeah, very rarely. Actually, I don't think I've heard any professional players say that.
Yeah, it's good serving by Hon.
40-30.
It's really windy out there, really enjoyed it. Not often heard.
Deuce.
So we're at deuce.
Advantage, Patterson.
Okay, so a break point opportunity here. Bring this back to 4-3. And does on the double faults. Tough conditions now for both players. There's a break back. We're on serve. Hon 4-3 in this opening set with the rain on the way. So here at Melbourne Park, the rain, as I mentioned, is on the way. Patterson serving.
Love 15.
This fluky breeze just picking up again.
Wow, great shot from Patterson in the off backhand.
Tough in these conditions too, with the ball just coming back in front of her, if that makes any sense. Just has to take that extra step forward because the ball is sitting up, it's holding up in the breeze.
Yeah, it's tough to go for too much in these conditions.
First bit of lightning I've seen at our window here.
30 all.
And I don't think it was the made-up lightning variety. As the rain starts to hit our window too. Game point. Just can't string the 2 points together. That's the difference. The start of the match to where we are now is it's very hard just to put the 2 points together. But what will happen is we'll be moving, as soon as this rain comes, we'll be moving very, very quickly from here, I could assure you. Nah, it's always going to be tough because again that ball was just holding up in that breeze.
See how much it drops here.
Almost had to hit that as a volley rather than as an overhead, but tough to judge.
Was the other option.
Just
pressing a little too much there, Hon, but it was there to be hit. Mid-court ball. Very King Ish went back up the middle.
And here comes the rain.
Just hold it for the minute, Tammy.
Here comes the rain. The players will come off here. I could almost assure you of that. It will come down very, very heavily. Very, very soon. So the first bit of rain for the tournament here. It's an interesting stage of the match at 4-3 for Priscilla Hon. We are on serve in the opening sets. Sammy Patterson getting off to a good start. But then Priscilla just found her way into the match.
She did. Her confidence grew. She started playing a lot more balls in and making Tammy Patterson play a lot more. And yeah, it's been pretty impressive so far from Hon, just to work her way into this match. But the conditions there for a while, Pete, were just catastrophic for both players. So tough to keep the ball in play.
Yeah, particularly the wind, which is the tricky part there, just to make sure that the play, we're able to just keep the ball in play, really. But now this rain has set in, and it's going to be our first, I imagine will be a long rain delay here, and I think that's going to be the order of the day over the next couple of days. Hopefully not, for the sake of our audience on tennis.com.au. But in the meantime, let's take a break. We'll be back with more from Melbourne Park shortly.
It's a Grand Slam where I've had really consistent results. I always love starting the year there. It's so much fun. There's so much energy.
To win it was just amazing, and in the way I did it, it was just incredible, and it will always be in my heart.
I feel like I will see the old friends like every year, you know. So feeling was pretty good.
I love Australia and I love the Grand Slams in Melbourne, so I'm always so happy that I can be there.
It's always good fun going there. They love their sport. The Aussie Open's one of the most fun tournaments that we have on the tour.
I really love Australia, and it's always great weather and very nice people, and it's always the great atmosphere out there.
The good thing is many Argentinians fans come to watch me there. The tournament is very lovely. The fans are so exciting with all the players.
Because there's not many places in the world that you can have such a crowd and such a fans like them. So I always enjoy the moments to play my matches.
I love playing, obviously, the night matches. The crowd gets behind you. It's an electric atmosphere in Rod Laver Arena, and when I eventually do retire and stop playing, it's definitely something I'll really miss.
Things can only get better from this year, and I think, I got the game, I've just got to put it together, and of course there's nowhere greater than doing it in Australia in front of a home crowd.
And I've always loved coming to the Australian Open, and it's one of those great events we have on tour. And haven't been thinking about it too much yet, you know, but it's been a fabulous last 12 months for me. And of course, I hope always to be injury-free when I look so far ahead, you know, that I will show up in great shape.
God, I love that tournament. I love Aussie Open. It's like every January I look forward to it. I was depressed when I missed it, you know, the year before. And this year when I rolled my ankle, it's like, you got to be kidding me. So I really look forward to it this year.
Well, Australian Open is my most successful Grand Slam. I won it 3 times, and I always enjoy playing there. So I always have high expectations for myself because I really like that tournament.
All you can do is sit back and applaud the efforts of these two men.
Well, sometimes you see a long match, but it's on the back of some big serves where the points are relatively short. Every point here, almost without exception, has been prolonged with wonderful stroke making from the back of the court, probing. There's been no easy way of winning a point. Oh, stop it.
$15. 19-shot rally. Unreal stuff here on the full run. Where did that come from?
Well, he was in a defensive position, really. He should have hit a defensive shot back or a neutral shot back. Instead, he hit a cold winner.
Not this time. The only ones who might leave this stadium disappointed, you know, might be the photographers who wait for the shot of the champion holding up the trophy, because is either of these guys going to have the energy to hold up the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup at the end of this?
Hard to imagine.
Oh, but a bit of positivity in the body language from the defending champion. It's very familiar territory, though, to find himself ahead in the count on Nadal's serve. Can he do anything about it, though? For the most part of the night, the answer has been no.
Oh, he'll be annoyed. He picked it.
Yeah, he overran it.
There's another terrific serve, though, from Nadal at 15-30.
Jammed him, yeah.
Yep.
Got to get in. Boy, there were 3 opportunities there for Djokovic to get into the net and make things and make life a lot easier for him. He's hard-way Joe at this stage.
He had a break point on Nadal's serve in the 7th game of the last set and couldn't, well, he was able to do something about it then, but he had a break point in the 9th game and couldn't do anything about it. He has a break point in the 11th game.
Does he go for the slider?
In fact, actually, they might find it preferable being locked in a deep fry rather than sitting in the cage. Oh, that's right.
I went to Barty this year and we stayed on the road, so there it was the first about 10 years. I was in Barty.
He mishit that second serve, Nadal. He framed it.
121 it was.
It ended up being difficult because he framed it so badly. It got an awful lot of side spin on it. Look at this ball curl. Still had to make the second shot.
Break point number 19 goes by the wayside. Is that going to be the big story of this match?
It's out.
Very close to a double fault. There was a bit of a noise, a murmur from the crowd. That was the second serve right on the line. Many in the crowd murmuring. They might be doing more than that after this point.
Some garlic bread. And a margarita.
Might that be the end of the resistance? Djokovic marches purposefully towards the chair, knowing that in a moment he'll be serving for the championship in 2012.
Well, quite a remarkable turnaround again here.
I think you've got to admire
guts from every angle, isn't there?
Well, there is, and I think Djokovic's ability to keep coming back and holding his equilibrium after having all those breakpoint opportunities, and they keep being staved off, and he just comes back and does it again. He showed incredible mental resolve as well.
Time.
Novak Djokovic will be looking for a trend to continue. The last 3 5-set matches he's played, he's won 7-5 in the 5th set. One more serve, and he's the champion for the 3rd time in Melbourne.
And this will be the toughest game he's played in the past 2 weeks.
One of the toughest of your lifetime when you're serving for a championship. 5 hours and 46 minutes. Is it all about to end here?
Change Premier League around a little bit. I used to 6 the team and change it to 4 and then make it Friday nights and Sundays just like they did with the ATL.
To me with more. Thanks, me.
Filler. That's what you want to say, a filler.
Yeah, thanks.
Two more, he says. Just 2 more.
We're going to move it on to our digital channel. Come on. Right now, everybody.
What do we do on the full page bracket?
How many challenges does he have left now, Djokovic?
He had 3, I think, before this.
30-15.
So that was a bit of a speculator.
Nadal now with back to the wall. He's hitting harder.
I gave it a 45-minute, but you know, global warming and everything, there's no guarantees.
Oh boy!
What a lob.
Oh.
You could see that was going to be a tough smash. Terrific lob. They're exhausted. To get off the ground for the overhead was never going to be easy, and he sure didn't.
Could have gone in a couple of times before. Makes his move this time, but the lob goes up. Not a difficult overhead though. It's only half court, but in the right spot at the right time, and he just falls down before he even has a strike at that. got to be his own worst enemy, Novak Djokovic. That is just for a man in his position at that stage of a match. He's got to be crazy not to go to the net on 3 occasions during that rally. Nadal's not going to miss from the backcourt.
Problem is, Fred, you've hit 4,622 ground strokes in the night, no volleys, so you're not really confident about your volley.
Well, I think if he goes in on like that, Nadal misses the pass shot. You've got to let him ask the question. This is just playing right into Nadal's hands.
Break point for 6-all.
Can we sync it? Yeah, can we sync it exactly? Put the radio coverage in. Just to make it a bit more epic.
What did you write for this?
Is there any way of moving that graphic up so we can see the score?
Or just that way.
Well done.
He's praying. His partner's been praying throughout the night. We're all praying that it just keeps on going. This is fabulous.
Asking for some divine intervention here.
Well, after 5 hours and 52 minutes, Fred, you'll take anything you can get.
Unbelievable stuff. He could have had it one, no.
Looking for a wild card in next year's events.
2 points away again.
We'll move the match indoors.
Hopefully Rafa still gets a wild card if he does lose this, though.
Thank you.
Yes.
Cool.
You can't.
One time it was kind to him, the next time not. It has been the most extraordinary night. A night on the world sports stage not to be forgotten. Sometimes in the sport of tennis, the phrase epic contest is overused. Not this time.
So we'll come back to that at some stage, but
Can you put where the replay thing
here he comes, follows it in, off forehand, he's
When they write the story of the great tennis matches ever played, this one has got to be right up the front of the book. 5 hours and 53 minutes. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne for the 3rd time. That was simply extraordinary. It's 20-2 on a Monday morning in Melbourne. Hardly anyone has left. Hardly anyone was able to leave. And just at this moment, as the champion celebrates, spare a thought for the vanquished tonight. As brave a performance as Rafael Nadal has probably ever produced in his life, and yet he still walks away empty-handed. Djokovic wins it 7-5 in the 5th set in 5 hours and 53 minutes. Have we ever seen the likes of it?
Hello, welcome to the final episode of the ATL show for this year. After 4 weeks of entertaining competition, the finals have been run and won, and Dave Bidmead, some exciting results.
There have been, Pete, some awesome tennis we've seen across all conferences in the ATL competition.
and onwards and upwards to the ATL playoffs in January.
Coming up here at Melbourne Park, let's get into the finals action. Let's start off with the New South Wales and ACT conference played in both Sydney and Canberra over the past 4 weeks. Some exciting action, and the men's final didn't fail to disappoint, with ATP Sydney grabbing the win in some rain-affected conditions.
That's right, they had to come back and finish this match up a couple of days later, but very exciting start for ATP Sydney. Adam Feeney and Nick Lindell winning their first matchups, and then Nick Kyrgios picking one back for Canberra. So 2-1 up, going to the rain delay. And then Ryan Henry put them 3-1 up, ATP Sydney in that number 4 position going into the doubles.
So great performance there from ATP Sydney, 5-1 winners there. On the women's side of things, in the regular season, it was close between the Asia Pacific Tennis Institute Steelers and Canberra Velocity. Bit of a blowout though in the final with the Steelers 5-1.
That's right, they actually won all 4 singles. So very tight in the first couple of positions, with Monique Adamszczak and Stephanie Bengtson just winning in 3 sets. And then Julie Moriarty and Trudy Musgrove getting the job done. So they were 4-0 up going into the doubles, and it was all sewn up. So great result for them.
Yeah, they're off to the ATL playoffs in January. The Victorian finals of the ATL were held at the Kooyong Tennis Club, and mixed results for the home team. On the women's side, scoring a good win over the Frankston Firebirds, 4-2. It was a close match.
It was 2-all after the singles, Pete, highlighted by an outstanding match at number 1 between Sally Pearce and Storm Sanders. This went down to the wire to a sudden death tiebreak in the 3rd set, a 40-shot rally, and then Storm Sanders hit a ripping backhand up the line for the win to get the win for the Firebirds. But that went 2-all. Had a bit of a rain delay. They came back and Kooyong won both doubles and won that 4-2.
Michaela Johansson was part of that winning doubles combination. We caught up with her straight after the match.
I really enjoyed playing this short format. Suits me well, and yeah, it's exciting, quick matches, so it's good for the crowd as well, I think. And yeah, got a lot of good matches in a short time.
On the men's side, that's such good news for your Kooyong Classics, Dave. Listed far too strong.
They were very strong. Sam Groff led the way over Andrew Whittington. A very tense match, winning that in 3 sets. Andrew Quaylo pegged one back for Kooyong over Matt Reed, but then Ruben Statham and James Lenke too strong in the 3rd and 4th positions, and then very close in the doubles, but Liston taking it out.
Yeah, one of the strongest teams in this ATL competition. Ruben Statham, one of their stars. We caught up with him after the match.
I think all the players have really embraced the new format and actually quite enjoy it, even though it's different. So, and I think it's great for the crowd. The crowd really gets into it, and overall, it was a really good idea to put that in place.
Big crowds in Adelaide at Memorial Drive for the final of the SA conference of the ATL. Unfortunately, some lopsided results. The Glenlee Gators, a very strong lineup, 5-1 winners over the Drive.
They were, Pete, some young superstars in this team with Luke Saville, Thanasi Kokonakis, Jack Shapansky, and a few experienced players with Todd Lay and Darren Polkinghorn also in this lineup. But they got job done, 4-0 in the singles and only lost 1 of the doubles. But it was a very close match at number 1 with Luke Saville and Colin Ebblefight of the Drive, with Saville just winning 4-3, 4-3.
Yeah, it's been a big year for Luke Saville, Male Junior Athlete of the Year at the Newcomb Medal. He picked up that award among many that he's picked up over his career. We caught up with him straight after the match.
Colin's a great player. We've had a lot of good matches. We played in the final here last year and he got me 4-2, 4-2. I knew it was going to be a tough match. He's a great player. He's a travelling pro as well. Top 100 in the ATP World men's doubles ranking. So quality player, and I was thrilled to get the win for my team tonight.
A comprehensive win on the women's side of things as well, with the Flagstaff Freighters getting the win over the Golden Grove Lions. And Dave, the Flagstaff Freighters have been the form team all competition.
They have been, and one of the form players, probably the player of the conference in SA, Bojana Babusic, getting a win 4-love over Stefana Petrov in the final, showing her class. Also Karolina Właszczyk, 4-1 in the final. They've been really strong for that team, and the whole team has been really outstanding. They really thoroughly deserve the win here.
Including Olivia Lukasiewicz. We caught up with her straight after her doubles win.
Well, I think many of the teams are very competitive, especially now with the other states being involved, and also the Asia Pacific countries as well. So I think Melbourne will be extremely tough. Every team will have great players. So yeah, I think having Bojana Babusik from WA and Carolina Walderzak from Victoria, and also having qualified Victoria Rajcic from Victoria will hold us in good stead for Melbourne, hopefully.
Over to WA now, where one of the big highlights of the final was the weather. Stormy conditions around Perth, forcing plenty of matches to be abandoned. But the Giants, too strong in both the men's and women's competition. And Dave, we'll start off with the women's side of things. The Giants have been the form team all season. It continued in the final.
It did, and Jess Moore, number 1 for the Giants, leading the way. She was again in great form. And someone we're all very familiar with, Alicia Mollett, getting out there for the Giants.
Great to see her supporting the ATL competition, but a good win for the Giants. They've been the form team on the women's, as they have for the men's as well. Again, affected by the rain, but the Giants grabbing the win.
Headed by Miles Armstrong, Zach Ickstein, a couple of lefties at the bottom there, Adam Carey and Brenton Bacon, always tricky. But they have been the dominant side in the West. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how they go compared to some of the other more hyped up teams in the other conferences in the ATL playoffs, because that's going to be interesting.
We look forward to seeing them at Melbourne Park in January. Taking a look at the Queensland Conference now, and beautiful conditions at Mount Gravatt for the men's and women's deciders. Let's start off on the women's side first. The Shore Park Sharks grabbing the win over the Beenleigh Blaze, but Dave, the Blaze having the early running.
They did, with Shannon Goals using her experience to get the win for the Blaze at number 1 over Rachel Trudeau, 4-2, 4-2. But after that, it was the young superstar lineup from the Sharks getting the job done, with Lizette Cabrera, Leanne Hong and Aisling Summer all getting the win and setting up the victory for the Sharks.
Yeah, well-deserved win by the Sharks. We caught up with the entire team after the match.
We have a really good chance of winning the title, especially under these circumstances with the first to 4 and the lets and the short juices. You know, anyone can win it.
Taking a look at the men's side now, and it was all about Tennis Brisbane, with the Chargers getting the win over the Tornadoes. And Dave, no John Millman in the Chargers lineup, but they were still far too good.
They were far too good, and it shows the depth of this team, Pete. They have a great lineup and going to be one of the teams to beat in January for the ATL playoffs. Michael Look, Robert Smith, Gavin Van Pepperzill and Joel Lindner all getting the job done in the singles, and they won the doubles as well for a 6-0 victory. But for the Tornadoes, unlucky because they have a great team as well, with Isaac Frost, Caden Hensel, Leon Frost and Scott Puzanowskis. But yeah, the Chargers, tell you what, bring Melbourne back in the team, and they are going to be incredibly hard to beat.
And they were pretty excited after the match.
Yeah, I think we owe the depth to Warwick, our team manager, Tennis Brisbane. He recruited really well for this team, and I don't know, I was a bit disappointed. Someone told me that there's national rankings out and we were only 3rd, so I'm hoping to go down to Melbourne and show that we're a bit higher than 3rd, so I think we've got a really good shot.
Well, that just about wraps it up for the ATL show. Well, the competition now moving to January at Melbourne Park during the Australian Open, the 22nd to the 24th. There's going to be some great competition with the playoffs.
Isn't there? I mean, it's going to be so competitive. Some of these teams have some great players, some of the best tennis players in Australia all competing in the finals.
Well, and also teams from New Zealand, from the Pacific and across Asia as well are coming to play at Melbourne Park against our Aussie stars.
That's right. Make sure you get down there and support it. I'll be there, Pete. Yourself?
Oh, absolutely, we'll be there. And you can be here as well with a ground pass in the second week. Excellent value, the Australian Open, and check out the ATL as well. For more information about the ATL competition, you can check out our website, tennis.com.au/competitions. Also the Facebook page and Twitter with the hashtag ATL Show. And we look forward to your company in January for the ATL playoffs.
Here we go.
play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Well, back here at a soggy Melbourne Park, we can't actually show you the sogginess of Melbourne Park, but we can tell you that the player's been suspended due to rain. And unfortunately, we've had a bit of that too.
As the thunder comes down,
the rain is continuing to fall here. We had some quite heavy showers across the last 25 minutes or so as the ATL show was running. What a good episode that was.
Yeah, well, that's the bonus about the rain. Everyone's been able to see the ATL show if they have missed it.
If you want to check it again, tennis.com.au/competitions, find the ATL tab and away you go. Been an exciting day of action, and there we go. We've got a shot of the court at the moment. There is absolutely no one around, and
I did see Adrian Franklin just swimming across the court before, though.
That was,
had his togs out.
That was very, very silly of him. Now we're going to unpack those results from today. Let's start off with the first match. Rodionova 7-5-6-3, the 4th seed over Jess Moran, did a great job in grabbing that win today. Looked really strong, really aggressive from the back of the court, and really got things going early on. It was a tight first set in blustery conditions, but that second set ran over the top.
Yeah, just a bit too much firepower. Rodionova 4 more, and she was very impressive. She's going to be pretty hard to beat from here on end, I think, in this playoff.
The next match, Bojana Babusik, a big upset, the 5th seed, defeating the 2nd seed Ashley Barty in 3 sets. Really, the opening set 6-3 to Barty, but then her game dropped away. Babusik maintained her consistency and was really able to run over the top. Some crucial breaks in both the 2nd and the 3rd set.
Yeah, Babusik just played at a really consistent level the whole way through the match. And it was really tough conditions at that stage, lots of wind, and really hard for both players. But I think Babusik handled conditions perhaps a little better than Barty. She'll be a little bit disappointed, Ash, but look, hopefully she'll get more opportunities over the summer, no doubt.
And then Monique Adamszczak 6-2, 6-4 over Victoria Roach. It's just a good performance from start to finish.
Yeah, very consistent, used a lot of variety. She was very impressive.
And Tammy Patterson and Priscilla Hon. Patterson got off to a great start. Hon pegged it back. We're on serve, and we're a deuce at 4-3 with Patterson serving. So interesting to see how that will develop. There is a chance that match might be moved indoors to be completed today, with a bit more rain expected here at Melbourne Park. And I think Hon has actually settled into the match, so it's going to be a tough challenge for Tammy from here.
Yeah, no doubt. I think if it goes indoors, that might actually favour Patterson, though, just with the conditions. I think she was struggling in the wind a bit, and just obviously very still and very perfect conditions indoors. So that might change that match again, I think.
So there is confirmation of the matches that we've just been talking about. Rodionova through to play Bojana Babusik, so the 4th seed and the 5th seed playing off against one another. And then Monique Adamszczak grabbing the win. The 3rd seed will play the Patterson or Hon. We look ahead to the matches coming up tomorrow. All the thunder sound effects in the background. And JP Smith is the first of our matches on court.
Yeah, JP Smith playing Matt Reid, of course. Going to be a fantastic matchup. Both players in awesome form. And yeah, look, it's 50-50. Couldn't pick a winner here, Pete.
11 o'clock the start there. And then Ben Mitchell will play Matt Barton. We had the opportunity to catch up with both players throughout today, and both will be talking up their chances.
Yeah, Benny Mitchell, he's started to find some form in the last couple of months of this year. And yeah, it's good to see him playing really well. And Matt Barton, just be interesting to see how he can pull up after that long 5-setter versus Nick Kyrgios yesterday.
Well, an unfortunate end to the day's play here on tennis.com.au with the rain falling and a band of thunderstorms coming through. We will obviously keep you posted on progress on tennis.com.au, and also keep an eye on Twitter as well. But the action will be getting underway from 11 o'clock, so 10:45 start tomorrow, Melbourne time, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, for the men's semi-finals. Hopefully the rain can stay away as well. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Pete. Have a good night.
We look forward to your company tomorrow here at Melbourne Park for the men's semi-finals of the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff.